Okay, well, congratulations and all the best.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so there you have it, the two captains doing their bit here. But the news here is that the North Coast, they have won the toss and they have opted to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Ruskin Mark. And we're all set to go here. The Northside Future Stars winning the toss and opting to bowl first. And the captain has the ball in his hand, the left-handed Kendall Guerra, who's opened the bowling in the last two games. He's taken on the responsibility not just to open the bowling, but also elevated himself up the batting order. But we'll get to that in the second innings. Batsman out there, Keon Mason, to face up. And at the non-strikers end, Leonardo Julian. Out there in the middle for the Northside Future Stars, the team Kwesi Fonilie, Jesse Sukwa, Andre Medina, Kendall Guerra, Akil Guerra, the wicketkeeper, Junior James, Terrence James, Kyle Ramdu, Ramon Diaz, Trevor Padilla. We're ready for the first ball here. It's going to be a wide outside the off stump. And just to finish off the lineup, Akifa Hernandez misses out there. Anil Katwaro is the 12th man as well. And Levi Batiste coming into the team. Ruskin Mark, game number 23, final, all-important game.
Yeah, this is it. There's no tomorrow, really. Well, unless the weather intervenes, but just a matter of speaking, you have to perform now. And again, the line is a little bit outside the off-stump, so an indication that they have decided that this is the approach that they're going to take against the big hit in Mason. And what we've seen from Mason is he's batted well. He's taking his time when he has to, and he knows he can hit the ball, but his running or the judging of singles is the challenge for him sometimes. And here we go. This is going to be close. This could be out. Not out, says the umpire. Well, that was very tight indeed. Leonardo Julian was struggling to get there, and he might have just gotten there, but with a direct hit, you never know. That's a good pickup and a return. And we just couldn't see, but he looked like he was some distance away. Julian, again, he didn't start quickly, and he was really at full stretch there. A direct hit, and is that Kwesi who did the business there, picked it up and had a shy, and well.
Well, that delivery, that incident, has shaken up the entire crowd here. And you hit the nail on the head, Ruskin. Keon Mason taking off for a single. Leonardo Julian is very quick. And it's in that danger area, backward point area to judge a single. You're not quite sure whose call it is, but they were coming and he was running hard, Leonardo Julian. I think he might just be a touch fortunate. Not out, said the umpire. It's umpire Wilbert Small out there at square leg.
Remember, we don't have a DRS, so we can't do the box and go upstairs. And here they go again, a similar thing, and this time he's out, and we were just he just dipped the bat in the crease. It's almost as if he didn't believe that the throw was going to hit the stumps, and the same man who hit the stump at one side, Fornelia, did it again, and this time he got his reward. Look at where the bat is, and look at where the batsman is. He is just, it's almost like he was just coasting there, but again, he's not the quickest between the wickets, and that really hurt him there.
And Kwesi Fonilie, the man at backward point, switching across for the left-hander. He was the one that threw the stumps down when Leonardo Julian was struggling to get in. Got in, said not out by the umpire, but on this occasion, underarm throw from Fonilie and another direct hit. So Kwesi Fonilie almost taking a wicket on his own and set back here. Have a look at it here. He drops it down and a clean one-handed pickup. It's straight to him and short of his ground. This one an easier decision for umpire Small, and perhaps it was made easier, Ruskin, because he wasn't sliding his bat in. He was looking to touch his bat down, as opposed to Leonardo Julian, who, as you advise all the youngsters, you've got to slide your bat in to try and get in, because then the umpire is very difficult to judge. But if you're just going to touch it down, then it makes it a bit easier for the umpire. None of those run-outs to adjudicate are very easy. And in this occasion, it means that the first wicket has fallen. And that's a very big breakthrough, because the opening partnerships between Leonardo Julian and Keon Mason is what has been propelling the Glenora Sports Club to good totals. And they've suffered an only loss.
Yeah, that is it's 2 for 1 now. And Fornelia really made the first chance, and then he made it at the other end. The very next ball, he made the wicket. And the new batsman, of course, is Mikel Govaya. And he too is a very capable batsman who likes to get on with things here. But again, when you lose a wicket in the first over, it does something to you. If anything, it kind of shocks you into the reality that this could be a difficult task. And again, they a little bit undecided about whether or not to run.
The captain, Kendall Guerra, just the last 2 games, he's taken the new ball. He's done it here again. And Govaya, who had 42 in the last game, and really added impetus to the innings that helped Glenora post 186 for 6 against Barataria ball players in the semi-final. He's going to have to start a bit differently here.
And again, good fielding once more. And they're on their P's and Q's right now, and making life difficult. Terence James getting in the way there. That ends the first over, an impressive one, 2 for 1. The end of 1.
The captain, Kendall Aguero, for the Northside Future Stars, he would be ecstatic. I'm not showing too much of that, but in his mind, he'll certainly be happy with the start that he has given his team. It's very tight. He started off with 1 wide delivery, but then adjusted his line quickly. And the line is what created the issue, because now they couldn't get a ball to hit, so they were looking to run quick singles. And in that backward point area, it's very difficult to judge, and you're going to have to be really, really quick. But credit to Kwesi Fornelia, on 2 occasions, he's 2 for 2, hitting the stumps down.
Yeah, that's really outstanding fielding. And it really just shows you that aspect of the game never gets old. And there's Julian's figures or his statistics so far.
The lineup for the Glenora Sports Club in this game: Leonardo Julian at the top of the innings with Keon Mason, who's gone now for 1, Mikel Govaya, Kenroy Williams, the captain, Randy Baliram, Andy Alexander, Daniel Holder, Richard Sukram, Joshua Clark, Stefan Bissoon. Jerome Durrell comes in for the injured Franklin Roos, who yesterday retired hurt and had to leave the field. Did some damage to his knee and had to be helped off the field. And Brandon Ramsumir is the 12th man for this game.
So Medina it is. And immediately he's on target. So they're really going to have to really dig themselves out of a hole here that they've created. This is partly their own doing to lose that early wicket. And now they used to have to either decide, look, we're just going to go for broke here, or build some kind of a partnership here and try and go the conservative route as opposed to going the more aggressive route, which we've seen some teams do, as they say, fight fire with fire, and try to blast their way to a big total in the power play.
And Medina would want to take advantage of that. He's bowled well in the tournament. He has 4 wickets, but he's been quite economical. He's not gone for over 30 runs in any of his spells with the ball. And considering that he starts with the ball in the power play, that is quite good going from the spinner.
And he's going, but there is cover. And again, fielding out in the deep, patrolling out there is Ramdu with a good powerful arm and a good athlete, moves well in the field. And really is a good boundary rider, as we say, can cut off balls that other players on the field probably wouldn't even get close to. Julian again likes to punch the ball through that backward point area, and play that one probably a little too early and hit it straight to the man. But there is that point just to the left of the umpire, forward almost, a backward point and a short third man, so they're trying to plug that gap. And if anything, because they know where his tendency is to want to hit, they're probably not going to give him too much width. And Medina in particular is probably going to try to keep it as close to the stumps as possible and not allow him to free his arm, don't get into those horizontal shots.
And because of that line that he's looking to bowl, tight and close, no width at all, makes it easier for him with a left-hand, right-hand combination, because then he doesn't have to adjust his line too much.
And this is the man who probably would like to benefit from that straighter line, because if he holds his nerve and holds his shape, instead of trying to go across the line where there's limited or no spin, and do what he's doing here, which is go straight, hit the ball straight, and if he gets under it, he could very well clear the boundary here. In fact, cars passing in the road or pedestrians there could be in some danger. This is good batting, because they, again, you just get the impression that they're a little bit shocked by that early dismissal, and they're just not prepared to take too many risks. 2 in the books, and at the end of it, 7 for 1.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
So back here you get an idea of who the big scorers were, and Leonardo Julian is right up there, and they're going to be looking to him again. Mikael Govaya, though, is the one who looks like he is going to try his very best to push things over. And there you could see Ramdu prowling, and again a wide signal. And the umpire, very strict here. He's not allowing the bowlers to get away with anything right now.
It's a second wide from Guerra. He's, on the other hand, is when he's bowling to the left-hander, he wants to push it wide outside the off stump. And at times, because of his body mechanics, he doesn't quite get it exactly where he wants. And we've seen him bowl a few wides to left-handers outside the off stump. It's a much better delivery there. We saw a caption there. Kyle Ramdu, he is going from long off to long off and long on to long on with the left hand right hand combination. And that's because you want your best fielders in the positions where the ball is going to go the most. And the batsman in the frame as well, Mikael Govaya, he as well is a fielder that goes in from long off to long on when his turn comes to field.
And there's a shot appeal, and he's out LBW. He went right across it there, and more heartache for Glenora Sports as another wicket goes, and this time it's the prolific Leonardo Julian gone for 3.
Well, this man, Kendall Guerra, he's taken on the responsibility to take the new balls in critical games. This is the 3rd game on the trot. The first one was to qualify for the semi-finals, and then in the semi-final itself, and now he's doing it again in the finals. He did it with the bat as well, elevating himself to 1 down. But have a look at that delivery there. It's a perfect delivery. Gets that ball to come in as well. Julian is looking to go with the angle of the delivery into the onside, but that one is dead in front. And the ball did enough starting just fractionally outside your stump, but striking him in line, and that's a peach of a delivery.
So 8 for 2 it is now. And really they're in a pickle, as they will say.
There's so much in his mannerisms as well. It reminds me of a Sir Curtly Ambrose. Not just his height, but that appeal as well, pointing back at the umpire. That is something from the earlier years and the glory days of West Indies cricket. And he is certainly trying to create his own glory days here in this North Zone T20 finals. And what a start this is from the Northside Future Stars, because they have broken the back of the top order. Both openers back in the hut, and they have been instrumental in getting the type of totals that the Glenora Sports Club have been posting in every match leading into this tournament. Leonardo Julian with a top score, highest score in the tournament of 91 not out. Other scores of 46, 41 and 45. And Mason as well, 19, 37, 27 and 21 in yesterday's semi-final. So that's a big blow to the Glenora club, and there's a change in the batting order as well. Randy Baliram, who finished off the game in the semi-final, coming in this position, number 4. So he's looking to anchor down here, and they're in the power play as well.
And again, you could just see a little bit of bounce on there, because Baliram is a small character. He's not a very tall man. And so a good strategy there from Guerra, just trying to get the ball to climb on him, which it did. And you could see the discomfort in him playing that one, trying to get on top of it.
And yesterday it was a very mature innings from him. When their team was in a bit of difficulty, he came out to bat with Joshua Clark, and they put on an excellent partnership, just over 40 runs in that partnership to see their team home. So I had a word with Kenroy Williams if he wanted to come in, but he's dropped down in the order.
This time they're going to go for a quick single, and good running, because they more than made it with time to spare, and immediately Baliram is off the mark.
And he's again struggling with that pad. We saw it yesterday. He was fiddling with it. He started to limp as well, and I think the strapping he has an issue with was perhaps just cutting into his leg. And again he's already fiddling with it. But back to that point about the captain, Kenroy Williams, who's just had scores of 8, 23, 2 and 8. So I was just talking to him before the start of the game if he considered just dropping down the order to come in and bat with the lower order. Not just because of whatever form that he's in, but to help guide them through the back end of the innings rather at the top.
And again, a wide delivery, but Govaya not able to really take advantage of it. He was in position early, but he couldn't take advantage. 3 in the books now, and at the end of 3, it's 11 for 2.
And with this batting change here, the captain might just be forced into trying to do something different, because Baliram can certainly stabilize the innings. He's a player that can play the 2-day format, and he's been used in that format for Glenora in this North Zone. It's a different prospect, the T20s, but he's trying to use Randy Baliram here to try and stabilize the innings, although they're in the power play. But with the loss of those 2 wickets, they need something like that now.
These are the 2 captains as they pose with the trophy, so that's what they're playing for. That's the hardware that it's at stake here. And I'm sure both of them would love to take the other one's hand off of it so that they could hold it for themselves and not share it.
I'm sure either captain has kept space in their back seat to take it home.
Well, actually, it was me. I put it in the front seat. Everybody else will go in the back. The trophy rides with me.
Put the seatbelt on.
Yep. You know, you don't want any mishap. Medina again, and Govaya trying his best, but right now he's probably in 2 minds here. Does he go full bore, or does he wait until he gets something that he's absolutely certain that he could put away? And again, so right now Medina just wheeling the arm over and racking up a series of dot balls.
He's very tight on his line here, Medina. It's long off, long on, the two fielders outside for this power play for Govaya.
And there's another appeal not out, says the umpire. He was trying to turn it. And again, you could see him trying to flick it as opposed to hitting it. And then he rehearsed a big hit. And that clearly was missing leg stump, plus height was against him.
Might have gotten away with that delivery there. It was a bit short, but the frame of mind Govaya is in, couldn't put it away.
This time he's trying. And again, unable to take advantage to get it away. So already 4 dot balls in this over, and you could see Govaya's mind ticking over there as to, should I really just sit here or do I have to try and blast my way out of this? He's gone with it. That's a good hit, and that's one bounce, and into the boundary it goes at square leg, and that's more like Mikel Govaya.
And that's disappointing from the bowler Medina. He was straying into the pads, and Govaya missing out 2 opportunities to score. He was a bit tentative, but these good players, you can't give them a second and third opportunity. And that was a bad delivery. It was short, and Govaya not missing out on that occasion, despite the fact that he missed out on the other 2. But this one was a little more short and a little more down the leg side, so it was easier for him to swing through the line.
Yeah, real gift there, and there's nobody at deep backward square. And he's going to get a single, as I say, one in the dark there, went between his legs, so it came off the inner portion of the bat. So 5 of the last 2 deliveries after the first 4 were dot balls. 15 for 2 now after 4.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
So here it is again, 15 for 2. And Andrew Medina, 2 of us cost him 10 runs. 5 of them coming off those last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, that was particularly disappointing. Straying down the leg side and put away easily by Govaya on the 3rd occasion. But the length was one of the issues with the final last 3 deliveries. Baliram now facing up, the 2 fielders out in the deep.
Actually, it's Govaya's back on strike. And again, he's standing up and waiting. You can really see like he's in 2 minds, because this is slightly out of character for him. And so they're really testing his nerve here to see if he will blink. And all the bowlers have to do is just keep applying the pressure, let him, as they say, hang himself. There he goes, and you knew at some point he was going to have a go, and this time he played it well, got it up and over the inner ring.
He's just straying in line and giving width to Govaya outside the off stump. He's getting more and more comfortable out there. Was a bit tentative, especially with the loss of 2 early wickets. So he's going to have to take the responsibility of trying to bat very long here in this innings. And this delivery was just angling across, a bit too wide outside the off stump.
It's not a bad plan, but he doesn't have the pace. What he has to do is rely on his bunks. And almost getting a cotton ball there, because that ball left the bat at an awkward height, because he was in 2 minds. He was out in front early, and the ball just hit the face of the bat. Look at how early he's reaching for it, and the ball just, luckily for him, he was facing away from the bowler, else that would have been a dolly back to the bowler.
Interesting now, Guerra, he's pulled up the long off, and he's sending Kyle Ramdu, who was at mid-on for Baliram, and as well the deep cover is coming into the ring, and he's dropped, that's James out there, Junior James, to backward square.
And immediately the set off, Mikel Govaya was a little bit late in starting, and but he made it. It's again good, aggressive cricket once again. Sukwa with a direct hit. And no wonder why we have no mangoes on these trees here. This group have been picking the mangoes.
Might have been using it for fielding practice. And Sukwa, a couple shies he had at the non-strikers end in Guerra in the last over. And on this occasion, deciding to go to the keeper's end. And this is excellent work. And the fielding, hitting the stumps directly, just puts it in the back of the mind of the batsmen that they're going to have to be sure about their running. And perhaps now not want to take that little bit of risk because they see the players are hitting the stumps.
So 21 for 2 now in over number 5. And let's do that again.
You don't want to spoil a good start, giving away a bit of extras.
And this is the man at the moment right now. And he's really the one who's going to have to set the tone here for this innings now, with the 2 openers already dismissed. And again, this time on the other side.
And another extra in the innings for Guerra. It's difficult with the left-hand, right-hand combination. As I said, just in the last 3 games, he's been opening the bowling. But he certainly is getting a lot of bounce. And you would expect that with a man of his height.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem too put off by the wides. If anything, he might just be just disappointed that he can't control his lines a little bit better, but he keeps trying. And that's well played, and a nice save there, pushing it around the post, but pushing it to his teammate as well.
Yeah, that's good work again from Sukwa. Diving away, knocking it down. The man at cover was running around. Looks like Trevor Padilla. He just knocks it into the path of Padilla running around on the boundary. He would have been in a struggle to try and chase it down if not for the left hand of Sukwa. So he's been involved in the game. The youngster, Trinidad and Tobago under 19 player, a youth player in the side.
Now it's up to Baliram to keep the game ticking over. And no foot movement there at all. And playing and missing to end the over. And at the end of over number 5, it's 24 for the loss of 2.
And this is why he's not worried about the wide deliveries too much, Ruskin, because he can produce wicket-taking deliveries whenever he gets it on the line. As we said, in this tournament, at this level, you do expect perhaps to get a couple offline deliveries, but you can't get 4 good deliveries, and you have to be careful, not just with the good deliveries, but at times, sometimes the loose deliveries can get you out. So as a batsman, you still have to be focused. And that is a type of delivery that can get a little snick off through to the wicket keeper. He's getting a little bit of movement, perhaps a little bit off the seam and in the air as well with this new ball. But he's bowled 3 overs now, 1 for 14. So I'm not sure if he would bowl out. And at the other end, the spinner who changed the game really in the semi-finals against Santa Cruz Sports, coming into the attack is Trevor Padilla. 2 for 27 he had in that game. Picked up some crucial wickets to set back the Santa Cruz Sports, and he's been introduced now to bowl, and we've seen it so often. A new bowler coming in to bowl the final over of power play. It requires a lot of control with the ball. So he's replacing Medina, off spinner for off spinner, but this guy gets a lot of turn on the ball. Another youth player, Queensborough College, and under 19 player.
But he got 2 wickets in his opening over and really set the tone. So I think now he is probably brimming with confidence. He already has a 4-for in the tournament. And that's really when he announced himself to the spectators here that he was going to be a force to be reckoned with. And now he's trying to maybe do a similar thing in the final. And immediately he's on target, and you could just see the hesitancy to run, to take those quick singles. But they really just need to talk it out and decide, look, you have to forget what went, while you have it in your mind, you kind of forget what went before, and just play the game. And there he goes again, just not able to get under it. He got his hands to it, and Ramdu just couldn't hold on. That would have been a crucial wicket. It would have been a spectacular catch as well.
Yeah, he's very disappointed in himself not to hold on to that. He set such high standards for himself in the field, and it would have been the wicket of Govaya as well. He charges in. It's a low down, gets both hands straight, and that would have been the disappointing fact, that he got two hands straight and couldn't hold on. So many times if you feel us charging in and their momentum into, they can't quite cushion the ball because they're running so quickly into it. And chance goes down. Padilla could have had his first wicket and a wicket in the power play.
Yeah, Govaya goes to 15 now. And Baliram not able to catch up to that one. And this is the second delivery he's trying to drive at. He drove at one in the last ball of Guerra's previous over, missed outside the off stump, and here he is again playing and missing.
He's giving a bit more flight with Baliram on strike. One up just fractionally wide outside the off stump. This one a lower trajectory, and Baliram is fully forward to it.
A little quicker now. So this is good bowling from Padilla. And of course, if the batsmen are not prepared to attack him, he could afford to flight it a little bit more and maybe induce Baliram, change his mind, change his whole frame, his whole setup. Right now, he's just trying to avoid losing his wicket. And, but every so often, he's trying to score as well. And again, it peels off the outer edge, so things not going according to plan right now, but they've made it through the power play. 25 for 2 now after 6.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So that's the moon, or what part of it that we've seen. And the 2 wickets to fall. Mason for 1, Julian for 3. 25 for 2 for them. And this is what it looked like in the power play. That was the run out of Mason, and then that's the wicket of Julian. And then this was the boundary from Govaya, his first boundary. And then that was the second one for him as well. This was a drop catch where Ramdu got under it, but he couldn't hold on. And that would have been that would have been the 3rd wicket in the power play. And that would have really set them back.
That's a good over from Padilla. Just a 1 run in it. It's a big occasion for the youngster, as mentioned by the General Secretary of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, that he's worked with and seen some of the younger players in the previous tournaments in the youth teams for Trinidad and Tobago. Davis Guerra now at this level, and now he's looking at another youngster on the big stage. Trevor Padilla. He's had a good season for Queen's Royal College. They finished winners of the championship division in the SSCL Schools Cricket League. Gets an opportunity now to perform in front of the General Secretary, who's also worked closely with some of the Trinidad and Tobago selectors.
Terrence James starts his spell, and of course he could be slippery, and while he's not as consistent with his line and his lengths, that little extra yard of pace and the fact that he does have this action, this open-chested action that allows him to dip the ball into the right-hander. And that's well played. This is going to take some stopping, and I don't think he was able to stop it in the end, Medina. Not a bad effort. He was trying to get there, and in fact he got there, but the ball was hit so hard by Govaya that even though he got his body got a fair amount of it, he still couldn't stop it from hitting the rope.
And we've seen in that area of the ground as well, it still is a little bit soft on the footing. And sliding across there, you see the turf coming up as well.
And again, they're going to have to hurry, and they do. Govaya can play in that little cat and mouse thing to see if the ball is going to hit the stumps. The way these guys are hitting the stumps tonight, I don't think you want to muck around with that at all. Just get the bat over the line. 30 for 2 now.
That's the man Jesse Sukwa there, certainly involved in the game. Inside the power play and now just after. And turning around there and getting the throw off to the non-strikers in. It was good work from him.
And that's well played. That's a brilliant shot, but it might only net him 1 run. Probably deserve more, but good feeling, good field placement as well. And Medina, who went to his left in the previous bit of action, now had to come to his right.
Just knocked him off his feet.
And here they go again, but nothing doing. Can't get it past the young man in that extra cover position. So Terrence James had a decent spell last evening, came in at a critical time and added more fuel to the fire. And nobody's stopping that one. And that is going to cost them 4 wides.
He did a little something different in his run up to the stumps and then push that one wide. Have a look at that. Yeah, just a little bit different, trying to get a little bit extra pace and an extra bit of kick as he was leaping in the air to deliver. That's gone all wrong down the leg side. So Baliram as well advancing down the track to him. And he did that in the latter part of his innings in the last game in the semi-final, where he was looking to change gears. And with the score 36 for 2, both batsmen now will be looking to do that.
And this is where he could be so dangerous. He does get the ball to come back at the right-handers. Govaya did well there. Just use his pace because it is going to come, and it's going to come at him quickly. 37 for 2 after 7.
Change in the batting order, and Randy Baliram coming in ahead of Captain Kenroy Williams. And this is the reason they're in a bit of strife. Look at the economy rates. It's been 11 dot balls from Aguera, and Medina 5 dot balls from 2. And a very miserly over indeed from Padilla. But James now has come in and gone for 12 with that wide down the leg side and then that boundary down the ground. So they're doing it in bits and pieces here, trying to re-establish partnerships. Now on 29 of 28 balls between Govaya and Baliram. So as well, Baliram, he's not been able to rotate the strike either. 10 deliveries he's been out there.
Yeah, they've added 29, and they probably want to double that before being separated. At least that has to be the mindset that they have. And I think the first goal is to try to get to 10 overs without being separated. Take what you get there, and then you could assess and decide how you're going to juggle your batting order, maybe bring some heavy hitters and see if they can blast the ball around the place and get you to 150. And speaking of getting to 150, this could be the end of Govaya. This time, he makes no mistake. And Govaya goes for 21, 37 for 3 now. And Ramdu gladly accepts the second chance.
This young man, Trevor Padilla, saw him varying his pace and did it again. Picks up a wicket off of his first delivery, and that's another big wicket going there. Govaya is bitterly disappointed on 21. Ramdu was not going to make any mistake. This was too easy for him. It was high up in the air. He had enough time to settle and then take it high up in that comfortable catching position, just about chest height, as he settled under it early and smothered it. And Padilla strikes. See that one flighted. He didn't give too many flighted deliveries to Govaya and opted to flight it against Baliram instead. But on this occasion, with pressure building on Govaya, tried to tempt him a bit with a flighted delivery and got his wicket.
Well, here comes the captain with work to do. Kenroy Williams knows that this could be a crucial period here. We were just talking about batting through to the 10 over mark, and then you assess from there. But this has kind of, I don't want to say torn up those plans, but it certainly has put a dent in those plans at the moment, because now you've lost 3 wickets, and you don't want to lose another one before you get to that 10 over mark, because you don't have much runs on the board. You only have 37 on the board, so it's not like you were blazing away and you up to 60, 70 and you've lost 3 wickets. You still have work to do here, and you've already lost 3 crucial batters. So Padilla will try again. He has a long off and a long on waiting, plus a deep mid wicket.
A little bit of indecision with the man at backward point. He's not all the way on the boundary. They have him just about 20 yards inside as the 5th man out.
And again, doing good work, feeling well to his own bowling. And you notice he has probably did a little hairdo there for the final. Something a little different for the semi-final into final weekend. And a big play and a miss there, and really some anxious moments now for Glenora, because this could get away from them very quickly if they should lose Kenroy Williams right away. And again, this is a long one, and that's well connected, and that is a KFC maximum here.
That one was out of the ground, and a different approach here from Kenroy Williams, recognizing his team is in difficulty and getting a ball in his swing zone, and gets all of it, goes all the way out into the road.
Well, now is as good a time as any for him to find some form. And it just missed the car, or did it hit the car?
I think it was very close. He didn't stop the driver.
Yeah, it actually hit the car, it looks like.
I think it did, yeah. At first glance. He slowed down after.
Yeah, that's the second car that has been picked out here in this tournament. One was a little lower down here, and that driver actually stopped and came out. I want to know, well, what happened?
Yeah, we just spoke about it as well. You might want to put some signage up. Caution to drivers passing by when a game is in progress.
You're taking drive at your own risk.
You can see the height of the net as well. And that's the height of the side screen.
Kenroy Williams very much in the discussion as to the ball, the change ball.
Yeah, he was very, very curious because he mentioned in the previous games where the ball has been changed, because they get sometimes a harder ball, and then you're able to strike it further because of the hardness of the ball. If the ball is too soft, then you're not going to get quite the same impact. Now, the umpire Ryan John indicated as well that there are different box of balls for different stages of the game. Within the first 4 overs, there's 1 box of balls, and then thereafter, from 4 to 8 or 4 to 10, is a different set of balls. So Kenroy Williams might just be looking at the one they've selected from that box, and from the concern on his face and just his mannerisms, he might be curious as to how hard that ball actually is.
Well, he was gesticulating as if he's not totally happy with it, but might just be a little bit of gamesmanship. And again, played it well, but can't get it through. So he now comes into focus here. The captain is under pressure to get some runs, but now, as I say, is as good a time as any for him to come to the party. And this time he's able to beat the inner ring and pick up a comfortable single to retain strike at the other end. 43 or 44 for 3 now at the end of 8.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
So 44 for 3 after 8. And really, this is a period, this is a critical period. The next 2 overs could be so critical in this game, because you don't want to just stall as a batting team. You want to try and keep going, but at the same time, you don't want to lose another wicket. And the captain has done well. He might be thinking of a second one. In fact, he could get it quite comfortably. And there isn't much that that could prevent him from doing that one. Is it Hernandez was running that one down?
Diaz. And Fernandez left out for this encounter. We saw him, Ruskin, in the last game. He fell onto his shoulder and came off in the final over.
Yes, as Ramon Diaz was trying to cover that ground there. And that's a beauty. And again, they are really attacking the ball in the field and putting pressure on the batsman, which is good to see, because you want to let them know that there are no easy runs here. There are no freebies. You have to earn them.
Certainly when Fonili has the ball in his hand or it's heading in his direction, you want to be extremely sure of the opportunity to come for a run. He's hit the stumps twice already.
And that's into the deep, so they're going to at least get one. And this time the throw wasn't the best, but tidied up nicely in the outfield.
Junior James out there, he's just holding on to that shoulder, doing a little bit of stretching exercises. At times, particularly at the night game, the shoulder, your limbs get a little bit cool if you're not continuously in the action.
And nicely played. That could run away for 4. And I think he's going to take that with a big smile on his face there. The skipper, Kenroy Williams.
And that's good work from Kenroy Williams. The angle of the delivery from James is taking it into the pads. Anytime it starts on an off-stump line, and he's really picking that area, Williams, going with the angle of the delivery. And with Diaz there at backward square, James is out at deep mid-wicket, so he has a little bit of room to play. He went for 2, and on this occasion, he got more of it, more of the delivery onto the bat, and it's gone all the way for 4. We saw Guerra there, the captain, just having a word with Terrence James.
Yeah, they're taking a tackles at him, and I don't think the batsmen are going to run on that. It did hit the bat and deflected away, and Kenroy Williams not interested at all in going for an extra run there. But again, good pressure being applied by Sukwa.
And he's turning his body as well to angle it to get the throw to the non-strikers end. So he has about a stump and a half to aim at. And he's been doing good work there in extra cover.
But they're pushing, but I think they'll be content with just the one. Ramdu is out there. You have to respect his arm.
And each time we've seen Ramdu pick the ball up from either end in the over, he's thrown it to the wicket keeper's end. It's a powerful throw to the keeper as well.
So 54 for 3 after 9.
I think Kenroy Williams is looking to get to a score of 60 or over after 10 overs as he's come out to bat, because he's come out with some purpose. He's on 15 off of 9. He's already struck a 6 early on in his innings and 1-4 in the last over, but there's been too many dot balls in the innings for the liking of Kenroy. 27 of them in all.
We're looking at Ramon Diaz is actually limping off the field. And so the 12th man, Anil Katwaru, is going to take his place.
Yeah, he's just holding the back of the hamstring as he goes up the flight of stairs into the dugout. At the back end of the tournament, Ruskin, we've already lost Franklin Roos with an injury. You see Randy Baliram just holding onto the back of his leg, low down by his ankles, and now Diaz has gone off. Players will be carrying injuries throughout all the games, and the teams that make it through to the final will have the players with the most injuries, perhaps.
Yeah, they're probably banged up a little bit, but hey, it's a final, so, and when you play a sport at any serious level, you're never 100%. Something is always hurting somewhere. Something is aching. Now you can play hurt, you just can't play injured. And that's well bowled again. And I always tell people that you can carry little niggles, because you know the ankle is always hurting, the heel is hurting, the toe is hurting, the elbow is hurting, the hip is hurting. Something is always bothering you. The finger isn't working. Down the wicket he goes, trying to get on with things here. Baliram has to be careful though. He doesn't want to get carried away, although he might be a little frustrated. Just 6 from 14. But his role is going to be crucial the rest of the way.
Yeah, he's looking to use his feet against the spinner now, so he's changed the tactics a bit, Baliram.
And again, pushed down there, but it was flat. And Medina did very well to not try to catch it, but then just allowed it to drop in front of him and field it on the bounce.
So this is going to be an over from Padilla, where the batsman is looking to go after him. He's bowled 3 and just conceded 2 so far.
Baliram again got a delivery. He was right back on his pads. Ready, had the whole area just to turn it, and but instead just played it back along the wicket on the onside. Really should have just picked that off, turned the wrist, and pick up an easy single. Down the wicket he goes, and then still he can't get it past Padilla, who does very well with to field to his own bowling.
And he's been encouraged by his captain here. Full toss. Baliram looking to change it up, coming down the track, couldn't put away the delivery, and Ruskin just 3 fielders on the onside, and I'm not sure if he's aware of it. He's not looking at it. He just had a sharp glance. He could look to whip it into the onside with the turn.
And now what is the call here? There's like 2 appeals. I don't know if they're appealing for a catch or they're appealing for a stumping, whatever it is, but they don't get either one. So the over comes to an end. 10 overs completed here, and at the end of 10, it's 56 for 3.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So as we welcome you back here, 10 overs completed, 56 for 3. Let me again thank the sponsors who have made it possible for this tournament. KFC, JMMB, Cans Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and the Lion Brand from the National Flour Mills Limited, and of course our production team here at Cricket 360. And so it looks like it's going to be James who is going to continue from that northern end.
Terrence James.
He's bowling to Kenroy Williams, who's on 16. Baliram is on 6.
They've made a change to the field as well with Diaz with wide outside the off stump. The captain had a word with him. He adjusted his line to wider outside the off stump. He was too much on the pads. And Ramon Diaz left the field. He was fielding at square leg. And Levi Batiste, the new man, into the lineup for today's game. He's been pushed back all the way out the deep square leg on the boundary. It's a good delivery here. Starting outside the off stump. And he gets that ball to angle back in, Terrence James. And Kenroy Williams. No helmet on incidentally. We've seen him ask for helmet for the fast bowlers. And none on the head of Kenroy Williams. So that was pitched up outside the off stump and went between bat and pad.
And again, but it's kind of like a delivery, a change up for him.
He's gone too wide on this occasion. And as he ran into bowl that delivery, they made a change again with the deep square leg coming back up inside the ring. Fielders out in the deep now. Deep mid wicket, long off, long on. A deep cover and a third man has gone back to the boundary. James is just focusing outside the off-stump. Sukwa again, and this time he fumbles it. But he's certainly been involved in the game. Everything has been pushed out to him. They've been trying they've been taking singles to him, but he's been trying to run them out. He's only hit the stump on one occasion. And fumbling on that occasion, 58 for 3 now.
Yeah, they're going to have to really be on their P's and Q's here because you don't want to let it slip.
A little bit of skip in the step from James. It's a good Yorker delivery. Just put an exclamation mark on it as he charges down and picks it up, threatening to throw down the stumps. But Baliram, for the second occasion, one against Padilla, digs out a Yorker.
Yeah, he has to, because he's trying to advance down the wicket, so he's sometimes yoking himself.
It's been a good over so far, except for these wide deliveries.
But that's par for the course with him, though. He hasn't been very consistent with his lines. He tends to, in almost every over, he will give you a wide or, well, God forbid, no ball. But he does He has a tendency to bowl wide outside the off stump and sometimes down the leg side.
This time he's trying to lift it into the onside. Just wait for the umpire's signal. He got some bat onto it.
It's a bit of an ugly looking shot. He was trying to go it like it squirted out between the bat and his back leg, his right leg.
It's almost as if it's not his natural game, Randy Baliram. Trying to get bat onto ball and be aggressive. Just at the bottom end of the bat. Williams, on the other hand, looks more sure. He can only get a single now. To finish off the 11th over, 63 for 1. Williams on to 19. He's on 18. And Baliram, he's on 7 off of 19 deliveries.
Yeah, 61 for 3 after 11. And again, these two are doing a decent job. They would at least they would want them to continue to keep the strike going. What they're missing right now are those boundary balls. They're not getting boundaries in between the singles that they're picking up. But that they have to start producing a couple big overs, maybe a 10, a 12 run over, just to give them hope that they could get to 130, maybe 140, and see what happens. Hey, Pakistan almost defended on 146 today, so you never know.
And just stumbling along the way in this game, losing Keon Mason the score on 2, then Julian on 8, and then Govai on 37, and that was in the 8th over off of the first delivery. Trevor Padilla picking up that wicket. And the young man is going to come in to finish off his allotted 4 overs. And just 1 for 10 he has. In the air from Williams. And this is going straight back over the head of the bowler. It's a KFC maximum. Williams is going to try to do some damage in this over. And he starts off with a 6.
Yeah, that's a good hit. It's a good straight hit. He's not trying to go across the line. And so he's picking up the line of the ball and then just swinging through that line. And again, if there isn't much turn and offer, he fancies his chances of making good connection.
If they were looking to recover to a position of about 60 runs at the drinks break, they were 56 for 3. Might just want to get about 80 runs, 90 runs in the back end of the innings. Gonna push for a single here. Batista's quick onto it, but can't prevent it. The running has been good between the pair, but they've struggled to turn the strike over.
Yeah, too many dot balls. I think that has been the story of this innings so far. When they lost that early wicket, they just kind of went into a shell. Then they lost 2. And now they're trying to see if they could blast their way out. They already have a 6 in this over. So what Baliram has to do is to just try to keep the strike rotating and pick up singles as often as possible. That's his role now.
Well, he's certainly struggling outside of the off stump. Not for the first time. He's now missed it off the back foot. He's been missing it off the front foot. And he's been trying to play booming drives outside the off stump. The captain is going to come down and have a word with him, perhaps telling him exactly that, Ruskin, that, let's get the strike rotating, and later on you might start to time the ball better and get bat onto it.
Yeah, his 7 runs have come off 21 deliveries, so he's not really getting off strike quickly. And he's hit it right back to the bowlers. He's trying to force the pace and pays the price now. 68 for 4. He goes for 7.
Well, that might not be what you wanted to have happen, but Padilla picks up his 2nd wicket now and threatening every time, because he's hit a number of them right back at Padilla, including a full toss. On this occasion, he just chips it back to him. He's really been struggling outside that off stump to put the ball away. He has a wide open stance and he's not getting that front leg across, and just chips it in the air back to Padilla. So whatever the captain told him, it hasn't worked.
Yeah, he just jumped down the wicket, or he didn't really jump, he just kind of took a short step, and was trying to hit it. He probably would have been better off hitting it on the ground, and but instead he hit it in the air and straight back to the bowler. And he now goes, and the fans are jumping again in the stand.
And the score now 68-4 as that wicket falls. And he has one delivery left. So he was struck for a 6 at the start of the over from the captain, Kenroy Williams. And then there was a rotation of strike. And 2 dot deliveries, the pressure was building on Baliram. And he was coming down the track to look to try and score. Couldn't get it over the head of Padilla. So he has one delivery to come, and excellent figures of 2 for 17. To produce this type of figures in a finals can certainly be a match-winning performance. New man out is Andy Alexander. We've seen him perform with the ball, but he's going to have a job to do here with the bat. Now, he incidentally has come out ahead of Joshua Clark. So it's very interesting. Another change in the batting order.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something to try to manufacture a response here. Right now, the bowling team is dictating pace. How does the batting team get back into this contest here? They're not nearly close to where they would like to be.
Alexander, who struck a 6 off his first delivery in the semi-final when he came out to bat at the death of the innings. And he tries to repeat it here. It's high up in the air. Kendall Guerra, the captain, is under it, takes the catch. Andy Alexander trying to repeat what he did in the last game to strike his first ball for 6. But he's gone for no score. He's just hit it straight up in the air. He wasn't even looking for a run because he was so disappointed, perhaps in himself, that I don't know if it's attempting that type of shot of his first delivery, considering the position of his team, 68-4, but disappointed perhaps that he didn't get all of it. But he's going to have to go.
Well, again, it's not the kind of shot you expect, first ball up there, but he just never really got to the pitch. He was going through the line, he got under it, and basically just scooped it high in the air and was really catching practice for Guerra.
So Padilla perhaps looking just to finish off his spell, pushes one wide and gets another wicket. He has 3 for 17 in his 4 overs. And that's an excellent spell from the young man. And to produce that type of bowling in a finals, no less, could put his team in a very, very strong position. Another young player now is making his way out to the middle. Daniel Holder, Trinidad and Tobago, and the 19 fast bowler, opening fast bowler. And what is the words of encouragement can Kenroy Williams tell him? Because now they still have 8 overs left to go.
Yeah, they do. It's 68-5 after 12 overs here. And they're in dire straits at the moment.
Glenroy Sports just putting themselves in a world of trouble. The wickets falling with the scores on 2-8, then 37 in 7.1 overs. And now 2 wickets falling on the score on 68. He's taken back-to-back wickets, Trevor Padilla. So does it still count Ruskin in his next game? He'll be on a hat-trick? Would it still count?
It will count.
So he'll have that to look forward to. The young man, Kyle Ramdu, is going to be introduced to bowl the 13th over from the northern end. He starts with a sending the holder back who was charging down at the non-striker's end. And a throw from the wicket-keeper misses the stumps. And we could have had another wicket there. Wide signal by the umpire. And it's all happening out there in the middle. We could have had a hat-trick of wickets.
Yeah, this is not good enough from Glenora. And they thought about the single.
They are going to get it now as Kenroy got enough bat onto it to recognize it. It's gone far enough that there'll be a safe single in the end. He's gone on to 26, and Daniel Holder is going to have to really play a serious innings here, the lower order batsman, because you have to recognize he's going to have to stay there because his captain is out there on 26 off of 17. Still no Joshua Clark. Perhaps they're saving him to come in the last 5 overs of the innings or so.
Well, they have to try something, and they have to kind of think ahead, for all different scenarios. But they need somebody capable at the death.
Wide outside the off stump, signal wide by the umpire. Richard Sukram as well. Haven't seen him. bat too much in the tournament. He's one that bats in the two-day game as well, can bat up the order in the two-day format.
And again, you can see Ramdu here is from hand to pitch. He's not giving it anything by way of flight, but that might very well be the change-up. And he does have a delivery, a quicker one, I should say, that really zeroes in at the stumps, at the base of the stumps.
Yeah, he has quick and quicker. This one is a flighted one, and they've made a field change for that particular delivery. They dropped third man out on the bounce. This one has gone past the keeper, but Fonilier is backing up. They've dropped the third man back out into the boundary for the left-handed holder and brought up the man who was at deep backward square. But Williams is back on strike now, so the field will change around. But it's very interesting that for Ramdu, with the pace that he's bowling to holder, that they dropped the man back out to third man. Right-hander on strike now. Batiste at deep square leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, and a sweeper on the offside. Ramdu shortish, dab down. It's Fonilier again. And this occasion it was a better judged single. It was a bit to his left. He had to run around to get the throw in. And was good running, good backing up from holder. He's eager to get down to strike, Ruskin.
Well, the thing is, he was backing up. He was alert. He was aware that a single was possible. And again, he's batting with the captain. So when the captain calls, you run. You put your head down and you just run as hard as you possibly can. Problem is when he tell you stop or go back.
Or go back.
Yeah, then you have a problem.
This time Ramdu's wide outside Yosem, dabs it down. And got too much bat on that perhaps, as Batiste is at backward point. Less, if he was looking to dab it down, he could have gotten a single down to that man who's been pushed back to third man. So good recovery in the over from Ramdu after two wides.
Yeah, but those are the type of singles they're going to have to take. And missed, but he mis-stumped him as well.
Well, I thought initially that he could have been bowled, and it's gone through the wicket keeper. He didn't hold it cleanly, and an opportunity gone to get holder out stumped. He just got up.
He dropped it.
Couldn't hold on to it. Was there a bat on it as well?
I don't think there was any, but he missed it.
Yeah, he just missed it
and
completely.
The keeper missed it as well.
Well, it came into the bread basket, as they say, and ricocheted off of his glove. And recognize a Calvin Phillip there.
It's 73 for 5 now after 13.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Excited fans, this North Zone T20 Festival finals. It's 73 for 5 after 13 overs. Holder fresh to the crease. He's not out on 1, but Captain Kenroy Williams is still there on 27. There's going to be a bowling change, and looks like the Junior James to come into the attack.
Yeah, that's the other James taking over now.
So Kenroy Williams, he's going to have to face the majority of the deliveries in this partnership. Struggled really with Baliram to put on a partnership. There was 31 runs scored in that partnership off of 28, and Baliram got 4 off of 12 deliveries. So the onus was on Kenroy Williams to do the bulk of the scoring. Andy Alexander came and tried to smash one out the ground off of his first delivery and was out. Pushing back, they're going to get a single here. So Holder comes on to strike, and he's going to have some words, Williams, to Holder, to let him know what type of knock he wants to play from him, because he's going to have 5 deliveries to come at him. Does he look to rotate the strike again and hand it back to Williams?
Well, that has to be the modus operandi now, because you're in the 14th over, and so the 15 is probably the target. Let's see how many we can get at 15, and then maybe we can, start having a little dip the rest of the way. But again, they've lost wicket at critical points. And that has really slowed them down significantly.
So we just see how he goes. Facing up now to James. And it's on the line of the stumps. They get a quick single. He's looking to do that, and James was quickly onto it, but he couldn't gather it.
He's a good athlete, and you could see he's just full of energy. And he's one of those individuals that just plays cricket purely for the joy of it. And it reminds me a lot of Keith Boyce, who just loves to bowl and is going to chase everything, pick it up and throw it, and fall down and roll and get up and just do it all over again with no fuss.
It's a healthy turnout here for this finals. So Calvin Phillip as well, man who's been in the coaching fraternity in the North Zone. He's in attendance. One step down the track. Almost yoking himself. Looking for a second, and Holder sends back the captain. As the ball just as well.
That would have been a risk right there. That would have been a risky business. He probably would not have reached half pitch. Holder coming to the non-strikers end. That would have been suicidal.
And the captain just eager to get back on strike. That would have been fortunate, because you certainly don't want a run out. There's a throw from Sukwade. He tossed it to James
he didn't throw
instead
it
of
at
the
his
stumps. He's trying to paddle it around the corner, his Holder. But there's a man out there, Batiste, a third man. Very interesting approach from Holder on that occasion.
Well, he realizes that they have to try something. It's been pretty much, the guys from the north side, they have been the ones dictating pace. Everything more or less have gone their way. And so he has decided, look, let's see if we could change things up here. A few deflections, maybe a reverse sweep, something that might bring a boundary or two. And that might just get under the skin of the fielding team.
He gets his captain back on strike, stepping down the wicket again, but he's just prodding forward. And perhaps a little bit tentative there. Might have been a good length delivery. He's asking to look at the ball. He certainly wasn't happy when they had that ball change, but there's one way to get the ball changed, Ruskin, is to hit that one out the ground and he'll get a different ball.
Yep, you're looking at some of the spectators. They're still coming in. The car park is full. I hope I can get out when we're ready to leave.
Comes in wide outside the off stump and room to swing the arms. This will go into the boundary square of the wicket for 4. Fornelia coming around and they can't get it. It was too much work for him to do it. Flew past the man, Terence James, at backward point, and he got all of that.
Been a while coming, and but much needed at this point at time. So 14 completed now. It's 81 for 5.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And you ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Welcome back. Kenroy Williams, the captain of Glenora Sports Club, he is on 33. They've been inserted into bat and lost early wickets. Leonardo Julian gone for 1. Keon Mason was run out for 1, and Govaya went for 21.
Actually, I think Julian made 3.
Yeah, correction there. He made 3 off of 7 deliveries, 1 to Mason. This one is dabbed down, and they're going to run for a quick single. And the keeper cannot get it into his grasp. It's Fornelia again doing the throw. Now he's tumbled over the captain, Kenroy Williams, after that run.
I think he slipped and fell. I think the keeper got the ball in the glove, but then he lost it in his haste to try to knock down the stumps. See here, look at the return. The return came in, and he got the ball in. Well, he never held on to it. He removed the bails, but with no ball.
And Fornelia, who's been quite good in the field, and he's been striking the stumps. On this occasion, he tried to loop it to the wicket keeper because he had time, and then threw it a bit wide, and could have gotten the captain run out there for 33, and 82 runs on the board. In a bit of trouble here, Glenora Sports Club. Kyle Ramdu is into the attack.
There was another close shave for Kenroy Williams, and he was going at the danger end.
He's going to get one here. It's turned into the onside. Charging in off the boundary is Junior James, and rifles the throw in. You mentioned his athletic ability, Ruskin. It was on display there because he raced in to prevent them getting two.
Yeah, he's really one of those heart and soul cricketers. They're going to give you everything. You give him the ball, he's going to bowl fast. You put him to bat, he's going to try to get you runs. And then in the field, well, he's a bundle of energy.
Ramdu again in. Can't get a single on this occasion. Holder, the left-hander, on strike. Leonardo Julian Ruskin, when he was on one, there was a shout for a run-out that was very close indeed, given not out by the umpire. And then Mason went run-out for one. Bovaya made 21, and Baliram, who struggled, got 7 off of 22 deliveries. Captain trying to rebuild here, and sweeping himself off his feet is Holder. He's looking to do different things here to rotate the strike, Daniel Holder. And perhaps he's been sent in with a mission, because Joshua Clark, he's been sent ahead of him, as well as Richard Sukram.
Well, that was a good delivery for him to execute the reverse, but he missed.
Digs this one out from Ramdu. Fonilier is all smiles, and it's another dot delivery. 2 singles in the over, and it's an excellent second over from Kyle Ramdu, who's just conceded only 7. Holder struggling to get him away. Flighted delivery, and he's bowled him. It's gone behind his back and spinning back in, and it has struck the stumps. Kyle Ramdu picks up a wicket off of his final over, and what a way to get a wicket. He's been darting them in, flighting this one, totally deceiving Daniel Holder, who's left it thinking that it was going to be a wide, and he's out bowled.
Well, yeah, it ends Ramdu's second over, and he has now picked up pepper as well, and that really just fooled the man. He went right across his stumps, left it thinking it was going to go for a wide, and it just clipped the leg stump on the way through.
Getting a bit of spin as well, because he flighted, got the revolution, got it to grip in the pitch, and spinning back and cutting into the leg stump, and the Holder completely bemused. We are going to see Joshua Clark now coming out to bat at the start of the 16th over in a world of trouble here at the Glenora Sports Club. 83 for 6.
Yeah, that really was, it just fooled him. He just wasn't sure where he was in the crease, and he thought he had the stumps covered, but then he just left enough room there for the ball to just go past it and just clip the leg bail. So another crucial blow struck here by the Northside team as they continue to dictate pace in this one. 83 for 6 is really a precarious position, and only 5 overs left now.
Yeah, they've just been losing wickets along the way. Haven't been able to strike up too many partnerships. Only that of Baliram and Kenroy Williams of 31, of which Kenroy Williams scored 25, and Govaya and Baliram of 29, and Govaya scored 19 of those runs. Just as a partnership was beginning to be built here with Williams and Holder, he has to go. And they've saved the Joshua Clark down for the last 5 overs or so, because there have been changes in the batting. Baliram went ahead of Kenroy Williams, and Holder went ahead of Joshua Clark. And Andy Alexander as well went ahead of Joshua Clark, who's out there in the middle now. And with 5 overs left, what can the Glenora Sports Club look to finish with?
Well, they have no choice here but to try to get as many as they possibly can. And there is but there's very little margin for error. Unfortunately for them, this is going to require something special from these two and all the other batsmen to come. They're just going to have to find ways to get some runs on the board. They probably may have to settle now for, I would say, 130. That might be a ceiling for them at the moment. And but this man, the captain, he's the one who's going to have to do most of the heavy lifting. They really need him to strike a couple big blows. And as far as the bowlers are, they just need to try to remove him.
So helmet on, he's chipping down the track is Williams. He called for his helmet just before the start of the over. And we're just about an hour and a half or so into the game. The cutoff time for the game, hour and a half per innings. And the umpires, they just look to see, recalculate in terms of how many delays they have been in the game. And at 17 over mark, they will do a calculation. Again, he's advancing down the track and can only get a single out to Ramdu. Is that long off?
Well, that's not bad, because at least he's trying to rotate the strike. You need the other batsman to do a similar thing and get him back on strike as quickly as possible. 2 deliveries at most. If you can't get it off the first one, then you definitely need to get it off the second. You cannot soak up 2 and 3 deliveries and not at least get 1 run from it. You have to be a little bit more aware of what the requirements are. And this is what the innings dictates from a Glenora standpoint.
Joshua Clark is going to face up. He's batting outside of his crease and around the wicket. Gets off the mark. He had a good partnership, Joshua Clark, with Baliram. Made 23 not out against Savannah Boys. Just as they were starting to struggle a bit, trying to chase down 134 set by Savannah Boys. That was in this. That was in a match coming in for the semi-final. So left-hand, right-hand combination again out there in the middle. James has bowled well. It's a full toss, and there's cover for Neely as a deep extra cover. Despite the fact that Guerra is in the ring at extra cover, there's some backup out there.
You look at Junior James. From the moment he got the ball, he was running back to the top of his mark. You don't see that too often. The last person I saw doing that would have been Mackay Antini, and he will do it not because they wanted to speed up the innings per se. He just did it as a normal part of his routine.
Wrong the wicket to Clark again. Just played back to him. Can't get it away, and there's a burst of energy from Junior James threatening to throw the stumps down. He knows that Clark is batting out of his crease. So had he hesitated to get back into his crease, James was ready to throw the stumps down. He is standing out of his crease, pushed back, and just as well he got back in time, tugging it into the onside. They go for one quickly, but Fornelia does well. Got to him quickly as well. And after 16 overs, it's 87 for 6. Kenroy Williams on 36, and Joshua Clark is on 2.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back here, 87 for 6. It's during the course of this 17th over that the umpires will just have a look at the clock, and whatever calculation, they'll just radio across to the third umpire, Mr. CDL, just to inquire what delays are there and if they're going to institute penalties in terms of fielding restrictions going into the last 3 overs. So they'll want to be aware of that as well. Captain Kendall Guerra. It's allotted 1 or 1.5 to each innings. Kyle Ramdu is going to be back into the attack to the left-handed Clark, facing for the first time.
Well, you just saw that graphic there when they met earlier, and Glenora got the better of them.
And he's bowled him right through the gate. Kyle Ramdu picks up a second wicket out bowled. So he's knocked over the leg stump, and now this one crashes into middle and off. And it's all going to pieces here for the Glenora Sports Club. Joshua Clark is out bowled for 2.
Again, the batsmen are they're taking risk, but the type of risk they're taking, they're not really understandable here. He's playing down the wrong line of the ball and is bowled all over the place. Again, the ball didn't spin that much. It just went straight through. He just played inside the line of the ball and lost his off stump.
Richard Sukram is coming out, number 47. He's coming out to bat. And in danger perhaps of not surviving the 24 overs. And I say surviving because the score is only 87 runs on the board. The current run rate is 5.38. But the captain is still out there on 36. He's striking over 100 at a 139 his strike rate. But he's going to have to, he's going to need a partner at the other end to help him bat through these overs.
Well, he can't do it alone, but it may come to a point where he is probably now going to have to, as they say, shepherd the tail end. And what it means by that is he might probably face 5 deliveries in every over and see how many of those he could put away. But he's at the non-striker's end, so he can't do anything right now.
He's going to get a single here to get off the mark. And Ruskin, with the lineup that Glenora's had, and teams that where their top order does the bulk of the scoring, in particular their top 3 batsmen, and they get to the back end of the tournament, you lose those wickets. Players who've not batted a lot or faced too many deliveries in their team in previous games have to come out to the middle and try and get their team in a position where they can try and defend it.
Well, Kenroy Williams is a classic example. And he struggled throughout the tournament, but here he is. He just needs somebody to stay with him. And that's kind of like what he can do. Medina.
This is a fumble down on the boundary edge, allowing them to come back for 2. Exactly what Kenroy Williams would have wanted, to get back on strike. And we've seen fielders out there in that long of position on the northern end of the ground really struggle to stop the ball, come around and keep their footing, as if they're so unsure of the bounce. Back to live action. This is cut away for 4. Williams wants the strike to be able to do this type of batting, to put away bad deliveries and put the pressure back onto the Northside Future Stars. Given a gift wide outside the off stump, and he's able to put it away.
Again, this is good batting, and this is not slugging. This is taking what the fielding team is giving you and just trying to put the ball into the gaps and pick up as many runs as you possibly can. Now they're up to 94, and the Northside bowlers have to be careful here, because if he can swing the bat successfully the rest of the way, 120, 130 could very well turn out to be a challenge in total.
Now they've removed the extra cover, and now there are 3 fielders in that point region, a deep cover and a long off. So they're giving him a gap outside the off stump, and he's trying to exploit it, and he hits it straight back just to the right of the man at long on, because they're giving him acreage out there on the offside. So he's looking to go through that offside, and he gets all of this one. KFC maximum down the ground.
100 is on the board, and what a way to bring it up too, with a magnificent straight hit that just crashed into the side screen. That had real power on it, and you look at it, good camera work as well.
Ramdu now to finish off the over, and they're going to get a single. They put 3 fielders in that point region, but they can't stop the single. 100 on the board, and Kenroy Williams is on to 49 after 17. It's 101 for 7.
And very good going by Kenroy Williams, the captain, really taking charge here. Some of the spectators enjoying themselves, and that's what it's all about. It's good to see the youngsters out there as well, getting a night out with the family, and I'm sure they'll be remembering that, coming to a cricket game and enjoying themselves. And the good thing about it when you're a youngster like that is that you get plenty to eat and drink. Everybody wants to give you stuff, and you're just gobbling up whatever they present to you. But Kenroy Williams really playing a captain's hand here and stroking his way to an unbeaten 49 from 30 balls, 3 fours and 3 sixes so far. And really a magnificent effort on his part. Is it going to be enough? That's the challenge here for him, but he just needs to keep going.
Yeah, so have a look at some more fans out there as the helmet. Each over the end of the spinner, Ramdu just calls back for his helmet. 17 overs gone. And so far, we're not seeing signs. In fact, yeah, they're going to bring in. We're just looking to see if there's a fielding restriction being imposed. So there are 4 fielders. In fact, the 5th one is going out to deep mid-wicket. So there's a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, and for nearly a deep extra cover. Now they're going to make another change. They're calling in the man a deep square leg. So I'm not quite sure, Ruskin, if it has been implemented. And we'll see at the start of the over when James runs into bowl.
They may do it at the last over for now, yep.
5 outside the circle. Kenroy's chipping down. They're going to get a single here. It's straight to Padilla, who fumbles it, and that is going to be a 50. In fact, they're going to come for 2, a shy at the non-striker's end, and a 50. After all of that to Kenroy Williams, 3 fours and 3 sixes he's struck, and it's a captain's knock from him, but still work to be done.
Excellent effort on the part of Kenroy Williams, and this is what was required. His other batsman let him down, and he's really trying to hold things together.
James chipping down, it's a full toss, and he's bowled him. He's missed it completely, and just after having gotten to a 50, he got an additional run because with the overthrow, he got back onto strike, and a full delivery from James. He's indicating that it dipped, but he's out bowled. Another wicket goes down, and 8 wickets down now with 103 runs on the board.
Yeah, this one will sting because he was really going and was looking to really just at the death here post a good total, a challenging total, but again he just played around it, missed it completely, probably trying to go across it slightly as opposed to going straight, and missed out in the end. The ball passed in under the bat, but it passed him under full.
Yeah, it struck the base of the stump as well, Ruskin, so he might have had a case that it dipped, but still he's backing away leg side of it. So if he misses, he's in danger of being out bowled. If you step across it and you miss it, then it can strike your pad, and if you're down the track, you might have the umpire thinking that it's a long way for the ball to travel. So there was no second line of defense for Kenroy Williams, who's gone now for 51.
Yeah, so Stefan Bissoon is at the crease. Man with a big number on his back. And you see we're in a festive mood here in Trinidad. The Christmas music is blasting. But right now it's more like a procession out in the middle for Glenora.
Less than 100 days to Christmas, but it's 103 on the board for the Glenora Sports Club. Junior James has a wicket now. Willing to be soon and off the inside edge, and a good stop from Guerra with the gloves. But they do get a single, so he's off the mark. 2 new batsmen out in the middle, Sukram and Bisoon, and they both on 1.
Yeah, that's precisely what Glenora didn't want, is to have 2 batters now trying to make their way. But when you get to this end here, the happy hour segment is anything goes, and they're going to rely on these 2 to try and post as many as they possibly can. 104, another 16 or so.
18th over, driven out to Ramdu at long off, and that would have been equally disappointing for Kenroy Williams because he batted so long, 30 deliveries, to the 2 deliveries he faced. And he would have been anticipating the final 3 overs for him to be there and try and push his team towards that 130 mark, which would have meant that they would have gotten 49 runs off the final 5 overs.
And it's still possible, but they're going to have to do some work. And you could see the batsman there, Bissoon, questioning that decision.
He wanted the wide, didn't get it. 1 delivery to come in the 18th over. There you see that delivery again. It's a slower delivery and just dipping a bit. That'll finish off 18 overs in this finals between Northside Future Stars and Glenora Sports being put into bat. They are 105 for 8 after 18.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
Welcome back. 105 for 8. And just 12 balls remaining in the innings. And only Jerome Durrell to come. Disappointing batting performance from Glenora Sports, but as they say, Ruskin, is runs on the board. They're going to have 12 balls to try and add to this 105.
Well, the thing is, they want to bat out the 12 balls. That's the other thing here.
Ramdu is in. He's going to finish. It's a faster delivery and tucked into the onside, and it'll go very close to the boundary. Batiste can't catch up to it, and it's 4 of the first delivery of the 19th over. And a good start here for these final 12 deliveries. And Sukram tucks one away.
That's exactly what they need, and it doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come, and put pressure on the bowlers to keep their lines and keep their wits about them as well. While we talk about the batsmen, the bowlers also have to hold their nerve, because if they lapse like that, then they could be punished.
Every ball here needs to be an event for the Glenora Sports Club if they are to get up to that 130 mark or so. Man's dropped back to deep square leg. And this one is short. And it's hit out to extra cover. Deep extra cover it is. And Medina comes along to do the fielding. You get 2 off the second delivery of the final over for Kyle Ramdu. 110 for 8.
Again, he's doing the smart thing. And Ramdu is just a little bit short. Both deliveries. He was on the back foot too.
Flighted delivery and off the inside edge. Can't time it. And outfoxed on that occasion by Ramdu.
You can see him trying to hit everything through the onside. He should just go with the ball and hit it through the offside if he can. That's better.
Yeah, he's guiding this one out to extra cover. Well, he's going to cover. They're going to come back for 2. He's going to have to hurry. The throw is to the non-strikers then, and Bissoon responds a bit late, but gets there in the end.
But you have to go for 2 because he's pretty much close to the boundary. And so that ball has to travel a long way in the air to get there. So I don't think there was any debate whether they should go back for 2.
This one he's hitting down past the bowler and work out in the deep, and they slid both fielders out there. It is soft on the footing out there, and they come back for 2.
And again, you're almost compelled to run and try to get the second run.
10 runs in the over. The umpire is just confirming with the third umpire, and there is 1 delivery left in this 19 over. Just so the umpire is coming in to indicate, as you see them do at the end of the over, but there's just on the radio to confirm that there is 1 ball left. Sukram on 12. Flighted, and they're pushing for 1 out to Padilla, coming in off the cover boundary, and they're going to come back for 2. He doesn't pick it up cleanly, and a bit of an expensive 19 over in the context of the game. 12 runs in it, and 117 for 8, and Sukram goes up to 14 with Bissoon on 1.
Yeah, this is more like it, and probably for the first time in the innings, you actually see them trying to put the pressure back on the fielding team, and running hard and forcing them into error out in the field. So it's taken a while, but it finally came in the 19th over, and it's going to be interesting to see how they manipulate this last over now, because they have to go for it, and they must be prepared to try and turn 1 into 2 and then 2 into 3. And there's Jenny having a whale of a time.
Yeah, that's just some of the supporters, some of the fans in the VIP box area.
I remember Jenny from back in the days at John Donaldson, then she was at the bank as well, and a serious pan fanatic. I think she played with Phase 2 for a while, and but she just loves pan. She loves sport. She's always supporting. You see her at football, you see her at cricket, you name it, she's there, and rendering support and ensuring that the players know that she's there. But this is going to be a crucial final over. He's held himself back for a while, Guerra. He bowled 3 on the trot, and this is how he's going to close it off.
Bisoon is on strike. And he's bowled him. He's trying to tuck it into the onside, and the captain of the Northside Future Stars is looking to finish up the innings of Glenora. He picks up a wicket off of his first delivery of the final over, going across the line of the delivery, and the length wasn't there for that type of shot, and Bisoon loses his leg stump.
Yeah, he went right across the line of the ball, and again he's rehearsing a different shot. He just had a swipe, really, and it looked very agricultural, and the result was that he lost his leg stump. So he went right across the line. There was no pad in the way. Now that ball probably pitched just outside leg stump and came back in and hit the stump on the way through. Now had he played a proper on drive, he probably might still be there. Even if he had missed it, it would have hit the pad.
Well, it's an audacious shot to attempt with 8 wickets down, and when your partner at the other end is 14 off of 8, and not the type of dismissal you want to see as a Glenora fan, but exactly what you want from Captain Kendall Guerra, saving himself, saving his final over to come and bowl the death over in this first innings. Jerome Durrell, who's come into the team replacing Franklin Arus, who left in the last game, retired hurt. So he's come into the side, the fast bowler, Jerome Durrell. But it's interesting as well, Richard Sukram, who's an accomplished batsman in the 2-day format for Glenora, he was not sent in. Randy Baliram, who's played in the tournament and batted as well in the tournament, got 20, went ahead of not just Sukram, but the captain Williams as well, and they've saved Sukram for the back end of the innings, and he might not get on strike in this final over, as this one goes past the outside edge, wide outside the off stump, and 2 deliveries in this final over on 2 dot balls and a wicket.
Yeah, it's not what you want right now at Glenora. They did very well in the last over to get to 117. They needed to kick on here and try to push it up to 125, 130, but they stalled.
This one is on the line of the stumps. They're going to get the single this time as he cuts it out to cover. Padilla does pick it up on this occasion, and just a single, so it gets Sukram back on strike, and that's important for these final 3 deliveries because he's scoring at a good rate, 175 his strike rate, and hindsight is always 20/20. Had he gone in a bit earlier, might have been a little bit different. Finishing off the innings here is the captain Guerra, slower delivery outside the off stump. Can't get bat onto it.
Again, you could see the change of pace here, working and fooling the batsman, throwing off his timing, and he had to wait for it. Not a quick delivery, a slower one, but it was well lined. It was just outside the off stump, going further away, and he couldn't catch up to it. You had to wait on it.
2 deliveries left in the inning. He steps across, and they're going to come through for a single. That's all it'll be. And he goes on to 15 and 119 for 9 with the final delivery to come. In this first innings, Glenora Sports being inserted into bat, and not quite the total they were looking at, but they'll have to take stock of what they've seen, because this pitch has played very well during the course of the tournament, but it is about 18 days old, over 20 days old, this pitch, so it might be just keeping a little bit lower, playing a little bit slower, and the use of more slower deliveries.
Yeah, but I don't think they can really point to the pitch here as the reason for their really inept batting display. It's really about good bowling, good fielding, and really some poor shot selection.
Great, it's the final delivery, tugged into the onside, and a throw to the non-strikers end, and they miss it, and they're going to come for another one. The throw goes to the keeper's end, and they get 2 runs off of the final delivery. And they might just, the pitchers played, both pitches in fact have played quite well during the course of the tournament. It's been good carry, good bounce, but the pitchers have aged and might just want to use any tactic at their disposal, perhaps a little bit more slower type deliveries. We've seen Kendall Guerra do that in this final over, a couple slower deliveries. But of the final delivery here, they run for the first one. He can't take the return to the non-strikers and Guerra, and it's gone past him. And a shy now at the keeper's end, who can't take the ball either, means that they've gotten 2 of the final delivery and finishing off on 121 for 9 Glenora Sports.
Yeah, again, not the total. They probably will figure that they're probably a good 30, probably even 40 runs short of where they would like to be. But like I say, that's runs on the board. They're going to have to take it. Sukram was 15 not out, 3 to Durrell. And really and truly, other than that 51, there wasn't much else to write home about. 21 to Govaya, 15 to Sukram, 20, and not much else. But at the end of the day, 121 for 9, you would think should be an easy target for the Northside team. Hopefully, they can do the business now with the bat and really complete what would be a remarkable victory for them.
You had a look at the batting card and the bowling card as well, and it started off badly for the Glenora Sports Club. Mason was run out, and it was the second opportunity for a run out in the innings. He went early on in the piece, and then wickets kept falling. Govaya tried to resurrect the innings with 3 fours, and he scored 21 before he put the ball in the hands. Well, this was an opportunity grasped by Kyle Ramdu. Difficult opportunity, but given a second attempt, Ramdu, and so it was a third boundary delivered by Govaya. And top score in the innings from Kenroy Phillip. He struck 3 sixes and 3 fours. This was Govaya putting one straight in the hands of Kyle Ramdu. An easy catch for him in the end. And the second one he had, and he took it to get rid of Govaya on 21. In the meanwhile, Kenroy Williams tried to keep his team in with it. Baliram struggled, and just 70 made off of 22 deliveries, pushing one back to Trevor Padilla, who had an excellent outing with the ball. He picked up 3 wickets for 17, the young QRC boy, and bowled behind his back. Kyle Ramdu picking up 2 wickets, getting both of them out bowled. And they kept losing wickets along the way. A rare boundary in the innings from Kenroy Williams. It was the final one of his 3 sixes, and then one just dipped on him as he was advancing down the track and lost his middle stump. And Kendall Guerra, the captain, came in for the final over. Opportunity for a run out here and a misfield, and allowed them to come back for 2 to finish off the innings with a 121 for 9 with a run rate of 6 in their 20 overs. So Northside Future Stars, they would be fancying their chances to get this 122 runs in this North Zone T20 festival. It's the finals and all to play for. We'll be right back for the reply from the Northside Future Stars.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When we bust one out, take up the water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. and let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Polori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And you ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Polori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And you ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, well, 121 for 9. It's runs on the board, but they need 122 for a victory now. And Glenora Sports will rely on their bowlers now to see if they could do the trick for them and help them to the title. They've already won the 2-day tournament in the zone. Now they're trying to pick up the T20 title as well. Only time will tell.
Then they're going to be using their trump card, Mikel Govaya, to start off. He's bowling from the Diego Martin main road end. And he's usually bowled from this end throughout the tournament. Kenroy Williams is in first slip. There is a short third man, a backward point, extra cover on the ring. Well, he's moving now to cover because they're bringing the man from the onside across into that extra cover position. And there's a mid-off and the fielders out in the deep, a long on and a deep mid-wicket. And a man in at backward square. So that's the field set for the Govaya over. So just 3 fielders on the one side. So this is going to be predominantly on the off stump or just outside. Here we go.
And trying to turn it Sukwa. And struck on the pad, a stifled appeal. But again, they will probably try to avoid the same calamity that Glenora encountered at the very top of their innings, which was a very sluggish. It's almost like they were in a little bit of a daze when they started. And they had that big run out appeal early on that could have gone either way. Then the next attempted fate a second time to the same fielder, and that time Fanilia got his man, and after that it was really a fight to dig themselves out of a hole, and eventually they got to 121 for 9 thanks to their captain with a gutsy 51. And now let's see what Fanilia can do here. But Mikel Govaya already pitching on a good line.
And he's getting the ball to swing in the air as well. You know he can produce that delivery just to swing away from the right-handers, get a little bit of drift. And this new ball, he can't get it to move in the air. He's made the adjustment after that first delivery to Sukwa outside the off stump. You can see that in drift as well.
Stroked
but this
away.
one is there, drifting out to the boundary. Pitched up, it's over pitched and it's gone for 4.
That was driven beautifully. Got his foot right out to the pitch of it and stroked it beautifully into the gap. And that's probably the beauty of that shot, because he placed it very well and pierced the offside field.
You're going to have to be careful because it's a 6-3 field. And if he's bowling wide outside the off stump, anything that goes past the infield can go all the way to the boundary.
So again, this is really a critical period here. It's going to be interesting to see how they go in the power play. And I think with Govaya, they may very well, if he can limit the scoring, probably pick up a couple of wickets, he might bowl straight through. Bowl out all 4. It's in the air, but it's safe and more runs. And they're going to get a couple quite easily.
For the second time, he's drifted onto the pads. And Fornelia this time whips it away over the head of the umpire. And you want to stay away from that line because just 3, as we mentioned, on the onside. And Sukwa and Fornelia in the semi-final got to 41 and 34 respectively. Put on an excellent opening partnership for 88 runs before the first wicket fell. Looking to repeat that here. If they do that here, they can certainly bring home the title.
Yeah, it's so important that they give their team a good start, even though it's a small total. They want to make sure that they create a good foundation for the team. So the first over is completed. It's 7 without loss after 1.
So a bit of an expensive start from Govaya. Put away for a boundary, then whipped into the onside. She's bowling either side of the stumps. And there you have a look at the impression made for the Glenora run rate after their 20 overs. You see there a grouping of wickets all along the line. And when you lose wickets like that, particularly when you've done the bulk of the scoring in the tournament with your top order, it's very difficult to recover because the new batsmen coming in, they have not batted or faced too many deliveries during the course of the tournament. Now look at the umpire, Selby Wilson, Sean Wilson rather, and he's not working today. He's enjoying himself in the crowd, enjoying some cricket.
Well, they're entitled to that because they could relax and not be under the microscope. And this is the man that can probably make all the difference here tonight if he can really strike a good chord.
We saw Andy Alexander take the new ball in the last game for Glenora in that semi-final. Wanted to change it up a bit. Trusting Andy Alexander, but perhaps rethinking that for this final because they don't have too many runs to play with. So he wants his strike bowler who can swing the ball, Daniel Holder, to come in, charge in, try to get a few wickets early on.
I think his line is going to be critical here. He cannot afford to lapse at all in terms of his line, whether he's too wide or too wide off stump or too wide outside leg stump. That's kind of like where they need him to be, thereabouts, and just plug away. Don't try too many things right now, especially early on. Just allow the rhythm to come.
Yeah, that's a perfect line and length, and it got a little bit of shape as well, and it come off the inner portion of bat onto pad. So if he's looking to be aggressive, Sukwa, just want to ensure that you're over the top of the delivery that is swinging into you.
Late decision, but a good decision because he's going to get a couple if he doesn't get a boundary. And in fact, it was just pulled back, but did he pull it back in time, Mason?
And no signal from the umpire. So credit to him. He got there in time. We'll have a close look at it.
Oh, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, I thought he went over.
He was well into the ropes when he brought that ball back.
And if he didn't know the fielder next to him, it looked like a Sukram, certainly so, that he went over. Bit of fortune going their way, Glenora. Again, that delivery there, that's the line. He can't afford to just stray outside of that if he's getting the ball to come back in. Because there's a man, Mason, who is he's at a backward point and he's very fine. And then, in fact, it's Baliram there. Not Sukwa. Sukwa is at cover. Baliram is at point. There's an extra cover and a mid-off on the offside.
He wasn't in control of that, but he will get the single. And they will take that all the time.
You saw the difference there early on. Jerome Durrell there doing the fielding, but he didn't have a shy at the stumps, Ruskin, and the batsman. Well, you want to throw the ball because you want to create opportunities to get wickets early on. And he didn't get the throw off. And for Nelia, he wasn't running at full pace. And he hadn't quite got in when the ball was in the hand of Durrell. And there was backup there as well with extra cover on cover. And at times, like Sir Vivian Richard, you want to try to create something in the field. So him do that in a World Cup game. Get 3 runouts.
Sukwa, I think, got struck on the helmet as well. And that's good fielding. Again, Alexander falling over in the process, but stopping the ball cleanly, which is critical at this stage because the fielders are going to have to back up the bowlers here 110%. If anything, you don't want any fielding lapses because that just takes away the enthusiasm of the bowlers. Excellent. That's well played and should get a couple. Actually, they just settled for 1. Surprising.
Captain Kenroy chasing around from long on to do the fielding. There were just 3 fielders in the onside as well, so they had to be very accurate and committed in the field.
So at the end of over number 2, it's 11 without loss.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
So back here, Sukwa is on 4, Fornellia on 7, and they have posted 11 so far. So they need 111 more to get to their target of 122. A small target, but we've seen teams struggle sometimes to get small totals, but so far so good for them. 11 off the first 2, and it has forced Kenroy Williams to bring himself on early.
They're very interesting indeed. A change up again, and Andy Alexander did not get the new ball on this occasion as he did in the semi-final, and Holder was given it, and Govaya just 1 over for 7, and he's out of the attack. Very interesting development.
Well, I won't be surprised if he brings him back in the power play, just to kind of mix things up here a little bit. And we see Leonardo Julian is behind the stumps. Whether he stays there is going to be another wrinkle that they have. And speaking of a wrinkle, Williams not happy with that one to release it.
I think we'll certainly see Leonardo Julian with the ball. He's been quite successful, not just in the semi-final, but picking up wickets along the way. The question will be, who will take the pads?
And Williams again has to be spot on here, but he does have the cool and the ability to do well in this situation. But again, this is a final, and it's really about who can hold their nerves the longest here. No, batsmen don't want to put pressure on themselves. Just try to be as free as possible and produce shots like that for 4.
Well, it was in the air for a fraction amount of time, and diving away was Richard Sukram, who couldn't get across from mid-wicket. And again, there are just 3 fielders on the onside. We saw that at the start for the first over and the second over as well for the medium pacer. Firstly off of Govaya, and now for the leg spin of Kenroy Williams. It's a bit risky to have just 3 fielders on the onside. That one's gone for 4.
It really was a long hop that he was able to just swivel inside of and pull it on the onside, and taking advantage. Again, it's take advantage of what the fielding team gives you, and that was a gift. They'll try to plug that gap now.
Man's gone back on the boundary at mid-wicket.
And it's going through the offside this time. But again, it's really about trying to manipulate the field, but just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And 2 deliveries, in the 5 runs in over the 3 deliveries of the over, which is a pretty good rate to be going at, especially in the power play. Anything else now is gravy. And Williams, of course, will be hoping that he could maybe strike a big blow here for his team. He did excellent work with the bat, but now they're going to ask him to do even more with the ball. And quick single, good running again. But that's kind of like what they have to do, just to bat Glenora out of the game. And that's essentially how they have to approach this now. And the longer this pair stays together, the better. That they'll be able to do that, and the reality will step in really quickly for Glenora, that they didn't make enough runs. And one in the dark there, I wasn't sure he was aware where that went, but that's the end of the over. They'll survive 17 without loss after 3.
And that's a better delivery to finish the over off from the leg spinner. And he's pushing it through. He doesn't spin the ball a lot, and it's because he's pushing them through. He's not giving it too much flight at all, and the revolutions on the ball as well. But that last delivery he bowled and tossed it up a bit more, tried to encourage the batsman. If he does more of that and put a slip in place, because you have to get wickets to put pressure, and put some flight on the ball, and then put the man out at deep cover and a long off, and perhaps put a slip in place as well. And with that flight and turn outside the off stump. If he wants to hit it into the onside, he'll be hitting against the spin. So let him take that risk if he wants. And if he's looking to drive outside the off stump and you get your turn, the first slip could be in business. And if he goes in the air on the offside, you do have a long off and a deep cover in place, as well as an extra cover, and it can go in the air toward them. Something to think about for the leg spinner.
Again, excellent run. He's going to have to run fast, and just a bit of a risk in that single. He took a little while to get started, and eventually made it home. But the return, had it struck, might have been very, very tight indeed. In fact, he could easily have found himself in some problems here if that hit was nowhere in the frame.
Yet he was throwing it sidearm instead of straight over the head to get it in line with the stumps. We saw them hit the stumps twice outside Future Stars early on in the piece.
Excellent shot again into the gap. That too is going to run away. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Northside. Don't let the bowlers feel like they have a chance.
If you're going to bowl wide outside the off stump, you can't overpitch and you can't give too much room. We saw one boundary, well, we thought it was a boundary, but it was not signaled a boundary, that went close outside the off stump. This one has gone into the boundary off of Holder. Anytime he looks to push it wide outside the off stump, or even on an off stump line, and you don't have a sweeper out there or a third man, and you're asking for trouble. You saw Holder pitch the ball and get a couple of them just to come back in and straight into the right-hander. But after that, 2 deliveries in the first over, we haven't seen anything really come back into the right-hander.
And driving nicely for another comfortable single. So these two are doing precisely what the team dictates, which is just to keep the rotation going, try to build steadily, don't take too many risks early on, and remember, they're not under any pressure to score quickly. Just take what the bowlers give you. If they give you a half volley, then you punish it.
Well, he's lost the ball there, Holder. Slipped out of his hand.
Well, I knew he wanted to do something special, but that's way special.
And there is a due factor in these games coming down into the night period, later down in the night.
Well, you could see him sort of cupping the ball in both hands, so he's trying to grip it and probably not show the seam. And that is, he's going to have to do that over, and that is the danger here of his inconsistency.
And you notice as well, and what you want to see is just somebody having a word with the youngster. Just talk to him. He's walking back by himself, no one in his ear, just to try and guide him through this stressful period of bowling in the power play, as well as trying to bowl against 2 batsmen who are in good form.
And that's more like it, because he is a quality bowler. He just needs to just relax and bowl. Don't let the occasion overwhelm you. Just do what you're capable of doing, and don't. There are days when it comes out right, and there are other days it doesn't really come out. You have to work for it, and this is one of those days where he has to just relax and let it come to him. And that's what he's capable of. He can.
And that's been the problem with some of the bowling. That type of the delivery, the last 2. And it's almost like a test match length. And in situations like this, you don't want to be experimenting too much. You see bowlers bowl 4 good overs and then try a slower ball or try something different and being smacked away for a boundary. If he can just repeat that line and length for 6 deliveries and let the batsmen try to do something different, let them take the risk, you might just find yourself with a wicket.
And again, but good rotation of strike, and even though they're not middling the ball, sometimes they're still able to get the runs flowing. So 25 without loss now after 4.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So you look at the supporters having a great time. Really, it's a festive atmosphere here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. But right now, it's the North Coast Future Stars are the ones who are thoroughly enjoying themselves. They're probably dancing to this music a little bit better than the Glenora supporters. 25 without loss after 4. And Williams is back. And problems again because that's another brilliant shot.
Well, he's flighted it this time, but he's over-pitched it. And it's very risky to have just 3 fielders on the onside. Bowling in the power play is understandable. Chipped it in the air. And it's just too easy at the moment for the Northside Future Stars.
Yeah, it's a half volley right there in the slot. And he took it from outside the off stump and placed it beautifully. Mason couldn't get across. So some anxious moments here now for Glenora because this game can get away from them in a hurry. And these two are doing an excellent job, just not giving the opposition too many opportunities right now. They're just playing on merit, and every so often they're getting a boundary that's like a dagger in the back every time they get one of those. And again, that's another good shot, well placed, and it's going to run down the hill, and that's excellent work there. Again, Holder doing a brilliant job tracking that one down.
It just shows the agility of those 3 fielders in particular. Volkabisun diving across, can't get a boot onto it. Holder is chasing after, and there's the backup from Govaya, which is equally important because when he pulls it back, you want to have that guy there chasing, following behind you, backing it up to get the throw in right away. Because for you to recover and get up off the ground, they might be looking for an additional run. So good work from Govaya as well.
They got 2, and that's a close one, and low down. Kept a little bit low, but the umpire not interested, and Williams can't believe it. And maybe it struck him just outside the off stump. Actually, it struck him more towards leg stump, and the umpire probably thinking it was probably doing a little too much, probably going down leg. But a good delivery really had him fooled there. Suko was playing for the leg break, and that one just seemed to go, might be the googly. And again, this is going to have to have quickly, and just not able to get it back into the wicketkeeper, and not able to hit the stumps.
Glenora have not come to the party just yet. You see them just conceding singles, ball played straight to fieldsmen, and they either not throwing or taking too long to get the throw in, and when the throw has gotten in, it's gone wide.
And that's the thing, when the build-up in the earlier games, in the group games, some of the teams will not punish you for that because they themselves, this is another good delivery. Again, that googly coming back in to the right-hander and keeping a little bit low as well. 32 without loss after 5.
2 overs from Kenroy Williams, conceding 12 runs. Had a good shout in that over for LBW. Struck on the right pad, playing back. And that might be what you might call umpire's call. The umpire judging that might have missed the leg stump, and he wasn't confident that it would have hit the leg stump. And Kenroy Williams was off celebrating, only to realize that the umpire Small had said that was not out. So we are going to see again a bowling change for the final over of power play. but it's one of their main weapons. Andy Alexander, who's had a good tournament with the ball. Looks pretty innocuous when he bowls.
Yeah, he has to now come and try and take care of business here, as you see more and more fans coming in to witness the tail end of this contest. It's been a really good tournament. And Alexander pitches up. And they're going to get two comfortably because he stopped it and took it away from his teammate. And the batsmen are able to complete two quite comfortably in the end. So as I say, errors that they would have made earlier and not be punished for it. Now that you get to the semi-finals and finals, those teams, the better teams, will take advantage.
Alexander was not happy with that fielding effort there. And that's the difference between what we saw from Govai and Holder as compared here to Clark. And fielder coming off the long on boundary. It's a little bit of miscommunication.
It's in the air. Can he get under it? And he takes the catch. Well done. Very well done indeed. He had to come and Clark takes it. And Sukwa goes for 15.
Well, he was a little bit slow to react, Clark, initially, but recovered quite well and was dying on him. But having to dive forward to take the catch eventually. And it's that man, Andy Alexander. You cannot keep him out of the wickets. He has been the trump card for the Glenora Sports Club when they're trying to defend totals. And and each time when he delivers, you just see him put his hands in front of him, just anticipating a catch back. But the catch on this occasion went to Joshua Clark, who did quite well, and the first wicket goes down.
Yeah, so 34 for 1 now. And really, is this the little opening that they wanted? And can they now take advantage of proceedings? And here is the counter by the North Coast. They have sent one of their main cogs here in Kyle Ramdu to the crease. So you got a wicket, we're going to counter with one of our main men.
So Kyle Ramdu stands. We'll have a look at this catch here first, diving forward. Excellent effort in, and a very important wicket as well. But what it sees is Kyle Ramdu, who is the third leading run scorer in the tournament on 209 runs. He's behind Leonardo Julian, who's on 223 runs. Ikwe Craig is at the top of the list with 234. But a change in the batting order here. Kyle Ramdu comes out ahead of Andre Medina. We saw in the last game in the semi-final, Kendall Guerra came out to bat one down. So there's another change in the batting order here and a lower total to chase. But they've gotten a wicket here at the Glenora Sports Club.
Yeah, so this is the opportunity that they needed to see that this just opens the door for them. And can they really take care of business coming from behind, so to speak? But Ramdu, I'm sure, would want to shut the door on them if he can. He's had a splendid tournament. In fact, it has been a good tournament. We've had, like again, the weather, nothing that the organizers could do about that. But they've stuck it out. The weather has cooperated at times, and here we are in the final. And we've been joined by chairman of the zone, Winston Sobers. As he watches Ramdu steal a quick single here and Govaya surprisingly misfields one. And that is the pressure of the moment. He was trying to attack the ball, hoping to intercept it and maybe effect a run out, but instead created what we call a cardinal sin, take his eyes off the ball. And instead of limiting them to one, they got two. So Winston, as I say good evening to you, you must be very happy the fact that you've gotten to this stage to get a final in, given the threat of the weather throughout the tournament. That's another brilliant shot. And that's going to be another boundary as they continue to fight fire with fire here.
Yes, Ruskin, thanks for having me. Yes, we are quite happy. We've had some challenges, as you know, with the weather, but we are happy that we are here now at the final game per se, and this 23 game tournament. 18 days, 23 games, and we're down to the final. And I think the quality of the games, of course, was something that I expected, and I was pleasantly surprised too of the quality of some of the young players in the competition. As you know, we implemented what we call an under-19 aspect to the competition, which was not done the 3 years ago, because this is our 4th edition of the tournament, and we decided this year to have an under-19 component.
And we've seen how well that has worked, because some of these same under-19 players have actually distinguished themselves in the tournament. We looked at young Padilla, who's doing very well in there. That's the end of over number 6. The power play is on. It's 40-1 now after 6.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
So again, the rhythm continues here. It's 40-1 after 6. And just to do a quick comparison, the Glenora team, when they batted, were 25-2 after their 6 overs. Once again, let me thank our sponsors, KFC, JMMB, Cairns Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and the Lion Brand from the National Flour Mills. And of course, our production team here at 360. And I wanted we know how it's difficult to get sponsors. So when you get this cadre of sponsors, I don't want to know the amounts, but just the variety of sponsors that you've had. Sure, you'd like more, but you must be happy.
Most definitely, Ruskin. We were very much indebted to the sponsors who came on, because in this time of hardship for businesses, we were quite surprised that we got the amount of sponsors that we did. Some of them, not all cash, but a lot of kind and products and so on. But we must say how thankful we are to National Flour Mills, Prestige, through KFC, the brand KFC, and JMMB Bank. Those are the 3 main sponsors. And we were like kind of thrown a curveball, because since the government got into power, since there were elections, the Sport and Culture Fund, where we would normally get most of our funding for our programs, they still don't have a board. So obviously funding from there could not be had, right? And a lot of the other government organizations too, they are now settling into their reign of having changed to the different boards and so on. So we were in 2 minds actually to have the tournament, because we were so much behind. We are still behind actually, in terms of the amount of sponsorship we will require for this tournament. And but we are quite happy with those that we do have. We are happy that they saw the benefit of coming back with the North Zone Cricket Council on this tournament. And this is a tournament that has grown from year to year, Ruskin, and the quality of play is second to none, and the players are saying that. So we have a lot to be thankful for, culminating in something aspect like this on of course CNC3 as well, who took the broadcast belated, but it's still on, and this is another fillip for us.
What about somebody like Brian opting to play?
Right. So, sometimes you say God is a Trini. Well, I think he's also a member of the North Zone, because incidentally, the story behind that is that Invincible, the club Invincible, had originally qualified. Harvard didn't. And because Invincible dropped out, the Harvard club was the next best team, and we invited them into the competition.
Right.
And Brian is aligned with Harvard in terms of trying to help their program.
Mhm.
So he called and said, he would like to be in the tournament and so on, and we gladly accepted that. And,
I saw Santa Cruz had Bravo.
Bravo
registered.
was registered, but
Mhm.
apparently, I don't know, he was supposed to play on Tuesday when that game got rained out. But he did not come to play the semi-final. I'm not aware of what would have transpired, but he was registered. Dwayne actually saw me coming back from CPL and wanted to play in the tournament as well. He has been around.
Right. But does the rule allow that? Is that the
No,
only reason
that's the
why
problem. That's the problem.
He wasn't registered.
He wasn't registered
before.
to play.
Right.
So
I saw Darren was registered. I saw the listing and I saw Darren's name.
Right.
Yeah, but I didn't see Dwayne's.
And Brian played because he also was registered very early in the season for Harvard.
Right.
Did not play, but once the rule is, once you're registered prior to, you're allowed to play as a normal player, not a guest player. So that is the reason, he was allowed to play.
And then you also have that guest player ruling. There's a limit
Right,
to that.
so we allowed each team 3 guest players.
Right.
Only 2 can play at a time. So a number of the teams went into some of the under-19 national players, some of the National League players and so on. And yeah, we have a good mix of players who played National League, national teams,
right?
And so on,
Especially in national youth teams who
national
are now
youth
trying
teams.
to push to the senior national team.
And that is where we're going. We're going now where we're going to increase participation from younger players, albeit is the T20 tournament. And a lot of people are saying that, young players shouldn't be playing T20. But every territory in the world, you look at Australia, you look at India, you look at, they are specializing in those different
areas.
formats. And we are giving those youngsters an opportunity to see whether they fit into that format. Because if you don't play it, you don't know how you stand up against it. So we are given that opportunity, and Mr. Altaf Bach, who's the General Secretary of TTCB, said this evening at the opening that we have given some of those players who are now vying for a position over the 50 an opportunity to show their wares.
Yeah. And I was just curious too. I would hope that other zones see this as something that they too can invest in, and maybe also produce a tournament of this. Everybody can play at the same time, so maybe you could block off this period, and then they kind of work around just so that they don't clash. I know the schedule is kind of tight throughout the year because you only have so many days, and then you have National League and all the other league, but the zones are the ones who I really think can drive the revival of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, a lot of the zones have come out in high praises for us in terms of the driving force behind everything being first. We are the first zone to actually have a tournament of this magnitude. We're the first zone that actually had a website. We're the first zone that actually has a women's team. So we have been pushing the envelope, Ruskin, in terms of development, all-round development. And we are going to continue that vein and encourage other zones. I've been in conversation with a lot of zones to maybe come together to have revenue streams.
Right.
So because we can't go every year cap in hand to sponsors for our programs. Yes, sponsors are very, very important, don't get me wrong, but you also have to help yourself. And we can't do it alone as a one zone. Right? So we're trying to get other zones come together. One of the projects we spoke about was to have a golf tournament for cricketers. Right? So you want to have like 3 or 4 revenue streams for the year, so that when you start, you have you have some money in the kitty.
Yes, something to work
with.
Yeah.
So that is the thinking going forward, and I hope that other zones see the beauty of implementing things like this.
What is the feedback you're getting from the fans? I know you were walking about looking at it. What kind of feedback you're getting from them?
They are happy. The quality of the cricket is very good. Somehow though, this venue We have not seen mammoth crowds. I don't know what it is, Ruskin, because the quality of the cricket is good. And a lot of people say sometimes, it is a double-edged sword because we're showing it live so they can stay home and watch it,
Yeah.
So
but there's nothing like being at the
venue. Exactly, and we have asked, teams to bring out their numbers, their supporters and so on, but it's hard. I mean, people, sometimes the area, sometimes, the late nights, but we have tried, and there's a reasonably good crowd here tonight as it's the final, but they are very happy, and we have tried also to entice them by giving out prizes on any night, fan of the match.
You have a fan of the match.
Fan of the match and so on, So we have a very good turnout. Relatively.
What I would like to see, and I don't know if you've had those discussions, but a lot of what we see in CPL is now filtering down to the other groups, to the other national teams or areas. Now, they may be inclined to go at schools or whatever, but I feel if they were to see this product, I see no reason why TKR couldn't come on board
and invest
in
yes.
this, because they would be getting
players from the setup.
This,
yes.
And I'll give you an example of what I've seen as we're getting a resumption of play here after Kwesi Fonilia was checked out by the physio, and he seems to be moving a lot better now. And I'll give you when we do football, say like in Holland, for example, they kind of divvy up the country, and some of the big clubs, they have like their zone, their catchment area,
satellites,
and they take that responsibility very seriously, because they know that is where their talent is coming from. And the kids go to regular school, but at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the club takes over, and if they have homework, they'll do it at the club, but everything else after that is the responsibility of the club to make sure that the development is taking place. So if the TKR and the national, that program recognizes that, look at the young Ramdu is performing here, they must be able to see. I'm sure Bravo, and they're looking around and saying, this might be something that we could support because we're seeing the young talent, developing here. And let's just take the bull by the horn.
Well, we are hopeful that people looking on at this can indeed have that thinking, Ruskin. We'd love to partner with others to get this even bigger and better. Look after the players and make sure that we have proper pitches to play on. The outfield is good. You have the production team to showcase the talent, because you could be playing here and no one sees you.
Nobody is seeing it,
Right? And that is why we've always tried through the 4 years of this tournament to have it televised. And we've done it so far, and we'll try to continue to do that, but it's very expensive, Ruskin. I mean, in terms of putting out the amount of money that we have to for a tournament like this, and not getting readily the revenue streams and support of the tournament, and we have been knocking on doors of sponsors, and I can show you some of the responses, that we can't, and but yet still you see a lot of money is being spent, of course, on the bigger tournaments, the CPLs and so on.
Which already has money.
So where the grassroots is where we're asking sponsors to come in, support something like this, get it to where we want it to, and then the players themselves now is an investment in players, right?
Yeah, it is, and it has to be. So 50 for 1 now after 8 overs.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
drainage is not proper.
So as we welcome you back here again, it's 50 for 1. Ramdu is on 11, 22 to 4 Nilia, and this youngster is having a whale of a time as she continues to make her way around the stands here. And one of the things I wanted to touch on is the state of the wicket. I really think that for the amount of matches played, these wickets have held up quite nicely, and I think you really have to commend the ground staff for the work that they've put in to ensure that you have this standard of pitches.
Yes, very much so, Ruskin. And, you know, Richard Mohammed is actually a UDCOT staff member who is working very hard here, helping us out to have the kind of wicket that we require. Because when Brian, interestingly, when Brian indicated he was playing, he said, what about the wickets? Right? Who's preparing the wickets? And we told him is UDCOT, you know, so he was you know,
he was happy
with that. Yeah. And Richard has worked very hard on these wickets. You know, when we obviously would have asked for the venue, UDCOT indicated to us that they could not prepare the wickets. They could not give us any covers, you know, any help with covers and stuff like that. So we have to put out for all that, cleaning the stadium, stuff like that. And we have tried to do that to the best of our ability. Now, the venue itself, the wicket is fine. The covers are fine and everything. But once rain falls at this venue, the drainage is not good.
Right now.
So apparently, maybe over the years, the needed maintenance has not been taking place.
To clear those drains.
To clear the drains and get the water out in a timely manner and so on. So that is the problem we had. That's why we had so many rained out games. And because rain was not falling.
Yeah,
it's just,
sometimes they would come here and you just couldn't play because the rain fell
early in the day and the water just stood there. So yes, and last year it wasn't that bad. Rain would fall, like you say, about 2 o'clock, and we could have played at 6:30.
Right.
But this year has been, you see the deterioration of the drainage. So yes, so this facility itself, even the players complain about the fact that the air conditions in the rooms are not working, they were working yesterday. Even this room we are in now, Ruskin, there's no air condition. You have to open the windows.
Yep.
So there's a lack of maintenance. One, it's a nice, very beautiful facility, but
there's a good viewing ground. Yep.
Yeah, very much so. But the lack of maintenance is what's the problem, and we are not. I mean, I can't speak to that. Yes, yeah.
I wanted to ask you quickly here before you go to talk a little bit about the women's program. That's another great shot. That too is going to run away for 4, and that is Kyle Ramdu on the move here, up to 15 now from 11 balls. I want to talk quickly about the women's program because I remember I did a game up at Santa Cruz with the visiting team.
Yeah, DC Hub.
Yep.
Yes.
And, you know, and you could see the enthusiasm of the young ladies, but you know that this is kind of like their formative years, the baby steps that they're taking into cricket. How do you kind of how do you first retain them or get more to add to the pool and then keep them interested in playing?
Right. So back in 2023, I stood up in our presentation function and I told those gathered there that one of the things that we're missing in the North is a women's team, and we must have that. We started in 2023, actually. Actually, it was in 2022 when I said that. So in
it's a bad overthrow there,
yes.
Yeah, and that's the pressure building there. Everybody feel that they have to do it, but they just need to just hold the nerve here because the cricket is a funny game and the things can change very quickly. You know, you don't need to give them more runs than they deserve. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you never know. Just hold your nerve.
Strange things happen in our final, Ruskin. Yep. Yes, as we get back to the women program. So in 2023, we started. We obviously from girls and women from the zone, and we did not start to play until 2025 because we were preparing them for competition, and we weren't ready in 2024. So we decided, look, let's go in 2025. We did that, performed very, very moderately, and we have already started training.
That's well hit, but that's going to go away. Now, did it go over the line? It might just be 4 runs. I don't think there's a signal there, but that's beautifully played. Straight back past the bowler, and that's 4 good-looking runs now for Kwesi Fonelia. Just one bounce over the ropes. Just took a little step to get closer to the pitch, and then easily with a nice follow through, getting 4 runs. And he's one of the players who also put his hands up in this tournament. Did it with the ball, and he's done it with the bat as well. And again, this one is even bigger, a KFC maximum. As he has decided to pull the choke here now, Kwesi Fonelia. And he goes racing along now. Bissoon just pulled back the length a little bit, but he's still close enough to Fonelia. And 9 overs completed now. And the Northside Future Stars are well on their way here. 68 for 1 now after 9.
They're looking very hungry.
Yeah, they are. But just to get back to the ladies' game, because my thing is that everywhere women's sport is big, and just as we want to get youngsters, young boys playing cricket, young girls also want to play cricket as well. Now they start with softball, but they want to graduate to hardball because they would like to be in a CPL final also.
Right. So, and there is a CPL women's competition.
Yep.
And interestingly, too, is that West Indies Cricket Board has announced they're going to have an under 16 women's tournament.
Mm-hmm.
We already have the under 19 and you have the seniors.
Yeah.
So they are growing in stature. They are increasing their pool of players now. We in Trinidad and Tobago, we now have the under 16 girls in training for that tournament, Trinidad and Tobago. But coming back to the North Zone, we, as I said, played in the competition the very first year this year. Performed, very moderately, and we are back training again. The idea is to develop or provide an avenue for women in North, because there's no team from the North for clubs, and so we decided to take up that mantle, and we have been very successful at it, and we are going to be building on that going into 2026. We must thank NGC too, who believed in the program the very first time and have been partly sponsoring, that program over the last 2 years. And we are hopeful that that will continue along with some other sponsors, because the women program also is just as expensive as the men's program.
Right. Yep, I would imagine.
Yes, with the equipment and even the grounds and all the different things you have to do in terms of preparing for competition. So yeah, we are happy that we are at that stage where we can actually have a cadre of women in training, and we're encouraging now. We have a flyer out now where we're encouraging.
And that's Leonardo Julian greeted with a maximum under goal scored there by Kyle Ramdu.
You love the keeper there?
I don't think you've ever seen that. He hit a 6 and he scored a goal. In the goal it goes. Yeah, he's really enjoying this tournament. And when players have performances like these, they want to come back. They want to come back and play.
Yes.
And and do even better the next time. So it really sets up this tournament quite nicely going forward. And like I said, I just hope that the sponsorship continues and that even more sponsors
come on,
see the opportunity to align themselves with the tournament.
Yeah, we're hoping sponsors who are listening to even this broadcast or looking on can reach out to us and partner with us going into 2026 because we are going to, as soon as this is done, we're going to start planning for the very next one.
Now your league is the 2-day league. How
We have the 2-day league that starts
in February.
In February, maybe after Carnival, because Carnival is early this year. I mean next year. We have our 40-over league, and we have the T20. Now, what we did, or we are doing, is having the T20 within the different divisions first.
Right.
Then they qualify to come into this tournament.
Oh, okay.
So they all get to play T20 as a precursor. But so you have your league winner, you will have your 40-over winner, and then, of course, the T20 winner. So those are the 3 competitions that we do run yearly. But this one is the most prestigious of all, of course, because of the television the production aspect of it and so on, and of course the influx of the guest players, rubbing shoulders. To have Brian play in a couple of games along, you have some of those guys who never dreamt of bowling to Brian, or even seeing him play
on the field.
It was quite unfortunate, that beautiful cover drive that came out at the boundary, and the mix-up between the 2 batters, and he got run out. He was run out, but you saw that drive, Ruskin. You were here?
Yep. I wasn't here, actually. We were doing football that day.
Okay.
But I would have seen it,
Right.
And it's what we are accustomed seeing from Brian,
yes.
over the years. As somebody who's covered him, since his early years. Up to when he became a global star, we would have seen that cover drive.
Numerous times.
Yes.
So yeah, it was quite nice for him to come out and rub shoulders with the young players of the Harvard club, and of course to give other clubs that moment of being on the field with Brian. We thank him a lot for that. I mean, he couldn't be here tonight because he had another engagement, but he would have loved to be here to come and be to take in the final and so on. But he couldn't.
Yeah, but regardless, I mean, I know Glenora. They're your 2-day champions.
Well, they won the league. They won the league. And that's about it, because the Barter won the 40 over.
Right.
Yeah. So now, you see, it's that's to tell you the quality within the zone in terms of there's not one team dominating. The only year that a team dominated throughout was Police. They won everything. But since then, they have moved on to National League.
Right. So that's the end of 10 over. So we're at the midway point of this innings. And at the midway point, the Glenora team with work to do, Northside Future Stars, are well on course at this stage. And they are just trying their best here now to get over the line with as minimal damage as possible. And of course, the pair of Fornelia and Ramdu equal to the task at the moment. 78 for 1 after 10.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water, working posse water, school children they water. Blue water spray, fitness posse water, the office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And you ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party pussy water. Working pussy water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness pussy water. The office pussy water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So as we welcome you back here, 78 for 1 it is after 10 overs. We were just having a discussion there with the man responsible for all of this, Mr. Winston Sobers, the chairman of the North Zone. And of course, congratulations to him and his team. And may this tournament grow from strength to strength and continue to provide the entertainment and the quality that it has so far. But we have a game on our hands here now, 78 for 1. They need 44 runs and they have 60 balls in which to get them. And Fornelia is leading the charge with a beaten 35, and Kyle Ramdu is also there on 26. Here's Govaya.
One played out. Speaking of quality, two quality players out in the middle there. Kyle Ramdu is not out on 26. And Chrissy Fornelia on 36, putting on 45 runs of 29 deliveries. And this is the partnership that is currently just breaking the back of the Glenora team. Outside Future Stars certainly in the ascendancy here. And looking to bat through and finish the game off.
Well, they're doing well. They're not giving their opponents too much of a look in here. And in fact, they're looking to take the game away from them as early as possible with few alarms.
Ramdu facing up. Turned it to the onside. Can't get a run to Clark. We've seen some fumbles, some misfields as well, some overthrows. They're just not that settled out there. A little bit despondent because of the low score they posted, 121.
You would think they would come and fight to defend that in a final.
Here's Govai still fighting on against Kyle Ramdu. And we saw him with every boundary, every misfield go via the expressions from him. Even though he wasn't involved in what was happening at that point in time, you could just see him lamenting the fact of what took place.
Yeah, but when you're dealing with young players, you cannot, allow that to happen too much. Sure, you want to pull them up, but at the same time, you also want to encourage them. You don't want to make them feel that, it's their fault.
He's in his third over, none for 13 he has. And he's such a competitor as well. He'll be thinking about taking a wicket here.
Yeah, he has to, and that's the key here. He now has to lead by example, and a wicket or two is going to be the best example possible.
He's bowling wicket to wicket and has a shy back at the striker's end. And the keeper could not gather. Baliram it is with the gloves. He's trying to extract a wicket out of almost nothing there.
Almost give a run away, probably even more. Luckily, the keeper got a big chunk of it and took up most of the pace off of it.
Next time he'll just throw the stumps down rather than rely on the wicket keeper to stop it. But then it could ricochet as well. Final delivery of his third over. It's gone past the outside edge. And smart picking of the bail, but the foot was anchored as well. And almost getting a wicket there of his final delivery. At the end of his third over, just past the outside edge. Spinning back, it drifted away, pitched, and spun back in. Missed the outside edge, fractionally missing the off stump. And lives to survive another day for Nelia. That's the equation required. After 11, 80 for 1.
And they're just going around quite nicely, picking up the runs, the singles. And every so often they get a boundary that kind of like sinks Glenora even more. And they've gone back to one of their main wicket takers, the man who's had the hot hands for them lately. Can he now pull something out of the hat here? When you play limited overs cricket, you would understand you're never really out of the game. Once you have balls at your disposal, you have to be able to use them. The problem for them, though, they have more balls than their runs required. And that is the challenge. Can they bring that equation back in their favor?
He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 14. He's trying against Kyle Ramdu now. Ramdu doing it quite easily in this inning so far. They come back for 2. Couldn't put enough pressure on the field as he came off the field earlier on. And he's just limping away. Richard Sukram came off the field, was hobbling a bit, came back onto the field after the drinks break. And he's not all too comfortable out there.
There's a cameraman getting all the images. Yeah, but again, because of those gaps, the batsmen are just, again, as I always say, take what the bowlers and the fielding team gives you and cash in. They ran 2 just now when it looked like they were just going to settle for 1. And then they just sprinted away, not much to the chagrin of Andy Alexander.
Easy single on the offside now. Doing it quite easily now, this pair.
And that's good, sensible batting. They don't need to take any risk, just to keep the strike rotating and, one by one, just take the game away from the Glenora team. Glenora did well to get to the final, but in the final today, they've come up against probably the hottest team in the tournament right now. They already knocked off Santa Cruz, the previously unbeaten Santa Cruz. And now they're looking to take down another scout, another table topper.
Bit of a change in the field. Third man is inside the ring. Ramdu docking at the non-striker's end. Just doing it in singles on the odd boundary, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and that's the way you go about it. They're taking all the alarms out of the game. If there are any alarms at all, it might be a misfield or an overthrow or something like that. But right now, they are just coasting, and they're just keeping their eye on the prize, which is to win the tournament. And they're not doing anything untoward.
And speaking of winners, it's the man Terence Hines, member of the TKR team. Kyle Ramdu on 30. The 50 partnership coming up with that single off of 37 balls. Ramdu's contribution 30 to this partnership. He's looking to go big. Doesn't get all of it. Scooted out to Bisoon. Mid wicket.
Yeah, this is, they're making it look relatively easy. It's not easy. We know that it's not as easy as it looks. But that's because they've planned very well. And, they continue to discuss the situation. The two batsmen at the crease. We saw it with the two openers. And now we're seeing it with these two as well.
Another easy single to take Fornelli on to 38.
Yeah, and he's deserving of a half century. In fact, both of them could get to their half centuries, but they're going to have to share the load. If one explodes here at all, they might deny the other one the opportunity to get to a half century. But once they continue to share the load, they may both get over the line before it's all said and done. And you just see there's no energy from Glenora. They just seem like a defeated team, and they have no answer right now.
The man with the answer is Kyle Ramdu. And in this innings of 31 not out, he's gone past Ikwe Craig to be the leading run scorer in the tournament. He's now up to 240 runs. And Ikwe Craig with 234. Ramdu now the leading run scorer. Not delivering. Still not quite happy is Alexander. And in the wickets column as well, Kyle Ramdu has 9 wickets at the start of this game. Sylvian Cummings with 10.
And Kyle got what, 2 wickets in that innings?
Yes, so now this one pitched up, chips it out to Williams, covering on the boundary at cover. So he's gone past to be the leading wicket taker in the tournament as well. Kyle Ramdu with 11. After 12 overs, it's 87 for 1.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Welcome back after 12, 87 for 1. And the Northside Future Stars with some future stars in their lineup. Speaking of future stars, this is one of the past stars of the Merry Boys Club, Mario Belcon. Shaking hands with Robin Ramdeen from the Harvard Club.
Yeah,
and he's heading straight up into the VIP box.
Yeah, himself and Anil Kanhai were the mainstays of that Merry Boys team back with Mr. Ramprasad when he was alive. And of course, even before that, Saran Kunai was one of the real stars in the Merry Boys stable. And they've added a few other notable names over the years, but those 3 names, if there's a Hall of Fame for Merry Boys, those 3 names will stand out.
Some of the past heroes of the club, and they would have played at this venue. This is a new venue, but they would have played here in the old days.
Yep. When the pitch was a little further to the east, and the football field was on the west. So in one day, I think I would have played football here and then played cricket over on that side, or vice versa. But you could play. You played both. I opened the league here on one of those days.
The leg spin is back into the attack. There was a long discussion before the start of this over as to who should bowl. And the captain has been struck out. Field out. He doesn't get slips in the outfield, Leonardo Julian. Julian just came on for a 1 over. Conceded 10 runs. So Kenroy Williams into his 3rd over now. You could just see the expressions on most of the faces of the players.
Yeah, they can't, you know, somebody has to inspire them. Right now, they're just going through the motions, hoping that something gives here, and that one of these batsmen kind of just give their hand away, drown in honey, as we say, and do something rash. But right now, they're very focused.
Yeah, they're ahead of the rate. This one is pulled in the air, out to the man at, well, it's gone over his head and into the boundary for KFC maximum. Dragged down from Kenroy Williams and deposited over long on for 6.
Again, he's too short, and Kwesi Fornelia quickly on the back foot, stands up straight and has a full swing at that one because he has a good sight of it and was able to just lift it over the head of the long on fielder and down there. And this matchup too is not good for Williams because Ramdu could actually take him and deposit him on the opposite side.
He doesn't put too much revolutions on the ball, and this one is a googly. He's bowled a lot of googly deliveries. A few of them coming out of the front of the hand, and quite a number of them.
Actually, he bowls better when he bowls the googly.
Yeah, it's more accurate than when he tries to bowl the leg spinner, but the leg spin delivery can be a main weapon if he can get it to turn on the surface. Another googly there, and 2 googlies, 2 dot balls.
Yeah, if the googly is working, then bowl the googly. You know, until they figure out a way how they can master it, don't change, just bowl the googly.
And they might not have the time as well, because if you're in and out between overs, changing around, you're not going to see it too often. It's a loud shout for LBW, and he's struck in front. And a big breakthrough here for Kenroy Williams. There was a long conversation before the start of the over as to who should bowl. And it's a good comeback delivery after being struck for a 6. And Fornelia, he's the man gone. Out LBW for 44.
I think he missed out on a half century there. He looked so well set. He would be very disappointed that he didn't get over the line here. Again, that delivery pitching right on that middle and leg stump there. The umpire didn't have a choice but to raise the finger. And you could see the disappointment on Fornelia's face because he knew that he had designs on a half century and he was well on course for doing so. But he could rest knowing that he's given his team a great platform here, and now it's up to the others to just see them home.
Well, the captain is the man making his way out to the middle. He just raised his bat as he walks back into the dugout, being celebrated by his teammates. A good knock of 44 off of 36 deliveries with 2 6s and 4 4s. He struck a 6 off of the second delivery of the Kenroy Williams over, and then lost his wickets 3 balls later. So the captain coming out to join Ramdu, and they're just 6 runs short of the 100, and just 2 wickets down. And Kendall Guerra, he might just want to build a partnership here with Ramdu, continue on rotating the strike and just giving strike back to Ramdu as they push towards this total of 121.
Yeah, he's also a capable enough batsman, and but I'm sure he's also an experienced campaigner, so he will understand what the dictates are under these conditions and in this situation. And so it'll be interesting to see what his approach is, if he will go for those big hits or will he just try to push it around and get around to do the heavy lifting.
The 2 captains now facing up against each other. 1 ball to come in the 3rd over of... It's a loud appeal for LBW, and he's gone! Gone! Another breakthrough here for Kenroy Williams. Wilbert Small raises his hands. Back-to-back wickets. Have a look at the stride down the pitch. He's not happy, Guerra, but batsmen seldom are when they're giving out LBW. Seem to be struck straight in front of the stumps. He's not happy at all, but he's going to have to go.
Yeah, that's you play cricket long enough, you're going to get one of those, a first ball duck, and it's almost there, and that's a good shot. And although he's a tall man, he's going, but he didn't go very far. He actually, you look at his trigger movement, is back. So by the time he comes forward, the ball hit him very low on the pad. It's not like it bounced up and hit him knee height. It hit him just over the ankles. So even though he was forward, the ball isn't spinning that much. So the umpire has to look at the point of contact and the fact that it's probably just going to continue on that line. And he would have been a judge LBW there. So a big break here now for Kenroy Williams. And he will be hoping that the more wickets continue to tumble. 94 for 3 after 13.
Just stumbling a bit at the back end of the innings. 28 needed still. And Akil Guerra is the man out there in the middle now. So Guerra for the third time has come ahead of Guerra. No signs of Andre Medina just yet. Kyle Rambo is still there on 33. It's the end of, that was the end of the Kenroy Williams third over. 2 for 19 he has now, and he'll be on a hat trick when he comes back onto bowl, and he might just come back off the bowl. Can't get the ball off to the captain's hand after he's taken 2 wickets in an over.
No, they don't have a choice but to bowl him right away now, because if he can prize out another 2 in his next over, that will really put the cat among the pigeons here. But the man they have to get is Kyle Ramdu. If they can remove him now, that would really put things in a whole different light. Even though it's a small total, that could change the whole momentum here.
Just had a look at the dugout there for the Northside Future Stars. All of them are just staring down at the replay of our coverage just to see that LBW decision. Julian, in the meantime, is coming back into the attack.
But I think they would agree as well that even though he was long forward, one, he was hit on the move, and he was hit low down. It was just above the knee roll, or rather the ankle roll. So it wasn't like it struck him high up. And it struck him in front. That's the main thing. It was on line.
Rambo, no, he's going to have to stay focused. And wide signal by the umpire. Julian is telling the umpire that it came off of something as he was turning around perhaps to appeal. And perhaps brushing the pad. That is what he's telling the umpire. And if he's not played a game with umpire Ryan John, he'll know now that the umpires don't change their minds.
Well, he's pointing to some kind of a deflection.
And that is just stand up and deliver from Kyle Ramdu. He's at the top of the runs of the leading run scorers table. And you can see why. He just smashed that ball from Julian. It raced across the outfield for 4.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot. And, you know, for all the extracurricular stuff that Julian engages in, there's nothing that is the big leveler than a powerful cover drive that goes for 4.
And he hit that one on the up as well. Smashed it past the cover. There's a man sweeping on the boundary. Didn't stand a chance. 37 now he's on.
Yeah, and they're going to need him to just see the ship home.
Julian in his second over. Slower ball and another wide down the leg side. That one just went away from him. .22 needed off of 41 now.
We saw a picture a short while ago of is it Smith?
This one swinging in delivery from Julian. And Rambo gets a bat on it.
You were showing me he was just walking past the camera from the TKR.
Terrence
Hines. And Leonardo Julian reminds me of Terrence Hines. They try to bowl 6 different balls every over. And sometimes you don't need that. All you need is one stock ball and maybe one change-up. Because it's very difficult to try all that variety and be consistent with it, sooner or later, once the line is off or the length is off, everything is off.
And they've handled this run chase quite well, the Northside Future Stars, even though it's a low total, with a good start from Fornelia and Sukwa early on. Sukwa went for 15. And despite the loss of Kendall Guerra for no score, Kyle Ramdu has really anchored down in the innings and making this run chase look comfortable.
It's 101 now. Yeah, 101 now on the board. And they're jumping in the stands. They're having a whale of a time. Well, let me just say the North Side fans are having a whale of a time. The Glenora supporters are probably bitterly disappointed, hoping for a miracle.
Short, and he's trying to cut it. A little additional bounce. That effort delivery from Julian.
And Aki Guerra just faced his first delivery. He hasn't really had an opportunity since he's been at the crease, so he gets his chance now. And like I said, when you sit in the pavilion, you're actually part of the game, so he should know what is required here. That's well
Full
played.
toss. He's guided on and gone away for 4. Pass holder who's inside the ring at third man. So expensive in this over from Julian, and the game just running away. Just looking at the height as well. No signal from the umpire. He was satisfied that it was below the height of the waist. So Guerra now, Akil, is off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, and that's the risk of bowling a Leonardo Julian. While he might get you a wicket, he could be very expensive at times. And not only can he be expensive, but he doesn't control. His control is not the best. And so even if he can bowl, even if he beats the bat sometimes, it's just too inconsistent.
He's called in the fine leg now, into a short position of the boundary. The ball was turned away in that direction. It's the end of 14 overs, 105 for 3.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
So 105 for 3 now after 14 overs. And really a rare predicament that Glenora find themselves in here. Can they somehow give their fans some last ray of hope here with a couple of quick wickets, and just see if they can just make things interesting the rest of the way? When they already in 14 overs, they're up to 105. Glenora didn't get to 100 until their 17th over. So they're really behind the 8 ball here, and the North Side are well on course.
I was just looking down at the end of that over, and Andy Alexander was just signaling to Kenroy Williams, who was sweeping out on the boundary, if he wasn't going to come back on and bowl, and he was saying no, that he wanted Gavaya to come and finish it off, but he's just taken 2 wickets in his last over.
Yeah, bowl, the man with the hot hands.
Yeah, and as well, he would have been on a hat-trick.
Well, he's still on a hat-trick.
He would have been on a hat-trick. He decided not to come back and bowl and ask Gavaya to come in to bowl his final over. Full toss. Just be a single. Very interesting, the opportunity to... He's taken 2 wickets. And the opportunity, perhaps he doesn't want to bowl at Ramdu, but as you suggested, he's bowling that Gogli quite well. Picked up 2 wickets, and if it's anybody you want to bowl a Gogli to, is a left-hand batsman. But Kyle Ramdu is quite well set on 39.
I'll give you a joke. You know Jaichan Kanhai? He's a left-arm Chinaman googly bowler, pretty much in the same vein of Vadin Shanali. And do you know the Princess Royal Park in Arima, which is right next to the Velodrome, that big open park that we used to play a lot of cricket there. as well. And Jasrick Taylor's son, the former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler, his son has one arm. It's cut off right at this end here. But he plays excellent cricket and football.
He's looking for a Yorker, turned into the onside. Looking for 2, but they can't get it.
Yeah, so as I was telling you, and Jai Chan Khan, I was bowling to him, I'm feeling a slip. And Jai Chan is saying, because of his limitations, he hits the ball hard, but he hits it mostly on the onside. So he was batting at this end. And this is the velodrome here. And Jai Chan is bowling. And Jai Chan bowling only googlies. And he bowled one outside the off stump. And Taylor swept from outside the off stump, and put him on the wall of the velodrome. And I telling Jai, I said, Jai, it's a good thing you didn't bowl the China one. You know.
Struck on the pad. Not out.
I said, Jai, if you bowl the Chinaman and he was going with the breeze, you would have been ending up inside the velodrome. It was one almighty swing. And in that game, he took a catch at slip. You believe, with his limitations, he was actually fielding in slip.
For another full toss.
No
No ball.
ball, yep.
Yeah, signaled by umpire at square leg. Both umpires, they're going to come back for 2. Via just a couple of full tosses in the over. One full toss in this over, one from the last over from the other end from Julian.
Yeah, and this is not the time to be bowling full tosses and no balls, especially as a spinner. Now we know the ball is damp, but it has been damp all tournament long. And now that you're in a final and you're under the pump here, this is when you want your experienced players to really come to the party, and Govaya hasn't really been able to get among the wickets, and that has probably frustrated the Glenora faithful.
The 41 free hit around, he's backing away. He doesn't let it go, Govaya. He's just having a few words with Ramdu before the delivery and after it as well. Trying to make room to go over on the offside. Here we go now. He's backing away. It's another full toss. It's hit high up in the air and a bubble on and it goes over the boundary.
Now, did it go for 6 or did it bounce infield? It might have actually gone over for a 6. No, he signaled 4.
And he's lucky it wasn't signaled another no ball as well. But he would not have been out. Didn't take the catch.
Yeah, it bounced just in front of the ropes.
4 runs to the total.
A costly delivery.
Is it possible, Ruskin? The game could finish in this over.
Well, they're well on course here. And he's up to 45. So one swing can get him in South Century.
He needed. He's backing away again. In the air, and that is gone out of the ground. That's a massive 6 from Ramdu. It'll bring up his 50 as well, as you predicted, Ruskin. That's his second 6 of the innings, Kyle Ramdu. He's a leading run scorer in the tournament. 4 4s and 2 6s in a knock of 51. It's a match-winning innings from the all-rounder.
But not the over that Kenroy Williams wanted from Govaya, one of his main bowlers. Ramdu really took him on and got the better of him in that over so far, and is really looking now to put the finishing touches on this game.
Well, it's a mixed bag here from Mikel Govaya. 2 singles at the start, a dot ball, then a no ball they scored 2 off of, and then a 4, and then a 6.
Well, they need 2 more now. It's 120 for 3. They're 2 away. And Ramdu having already received his 50, and you could see his teammates at the ready to invade the field. And almost instinctively, we see the opponents are closing in. This could very well be a seam-up delivery from Govaya. Quick.
Well, he's produced a few full tosses in the over, and we did say the game could finish in this over. Just 2 runs needed. The entire field is in now to try and prevent these 2 runs. It's another full toss, and it's gone for 4.
That is the victory. They're to the Northside Future Stars. Well, their future looks very bright indeed, and it's Kyle Ramdu leading them in an expert fashion, and they have every reason to celebrate this one, because what it does, it means that all three tournaments, all three titles have been shared or split among the team. Glenora won the 2-day tournament, Bartow Ball Players won the 40-over tournament, and now in the festival it is the Northside Future Stars who are taking victory by 7 wickets, and Kyle Ramdu remains not out on 55. A splendid effort on his part, and deserving of a Man of the Match award as well.
So the scorecard for this victory chase, run chase: Kwesi Fornelia 44, Jesse Sukwa 15, Kyle Ramdu 55 not out, 2 sixes and 5 fours off of 32 deliveries. Kendall Guerra out for no score, and Akil Guerra not out on 5, extras 5. And 15 overs, they managed to overhaul this total of Glenora Sports. The highlight of the innings for Glenora was Kenroy Williams, a knock of 51. But in the bowling column, 2 wickets for Kendall Guerra from the Northside Future Stars, and 3 wickets for 17 from Trevor Padilla and Kyle Ramdu. 2 wickets for 33. Junior James got a wicket for 16 off 3. Kyle Ramdu will finish as the leading run scorer in the tournament, as well as the leading wicket taker. So it's an exceptional performance from the young man. The bowling card, on the other hand, for Glenora, Govaya, his final over, going for a lot of runs, finishing off with 32 runs off of 4. 2 overs from Daniel Holder, conceding 12. 2 wickets for Kenroy Williams. He had an over left, conceded 19 runs, and he was on a hat trick. Opted not to bowl and gave the ball to Govaya instead. That saw the end of the game. 1 over for Stefan Bissoum that went for 18. And Leonardo Julian not successful on this occasion with the ball. His 2 overs cost 21. And another good opening run partnership with Sukwa and Fornelia. They put on 34 in 5.2 overs in the power play. And then an excellent partnership from Kwesi Fornelia and Kyle Ramdu. 60 runs off of 45. And that partnership really gave them all that they needed for victory.
It was, in the end, it was a very comfortable victory for them, as they were able to coast home in 15 overs. And this was early in the game when we had that run out, Mason gone, and then Leonardo Julian following soon after. And so 2 low scores, and then the 2 openers wiped away very early indeed. And try as they did here, Mikel Govaya was really sizzling early on with 21. He was dropped on this occasion, but try as he would, they were able to eventually get his man. And certainly at one stage, Kenroy Williams looked like he was going to bang his team into safety or into some kind of position of strength, but that wasn't to be, with Govaya gone for 21. And Williams really was playing a lone hand here, trying to see if he could do anything with it, but Baliram was caught on bowl by Padilla for 7, 68 for 4, make that 5 wickets down now at 68, the same score. And then shortly after that, it was 83 for 6, and Ramdu was cooking. He continued to bowl impressively, and Williams was trying his luck here until eventually he walked past 1 and was bowled all over the place. The skipper, Guerra, came back, had a wicket early on, and then this was the last ball, really comical, and they were trying to get it back to him. He missed it, and then they were able to go back for a second run. But then when the innings started, well, the pair of Sukwa and Fornelia started like men in a hurry, as they were able to pick up a couple early boundaries, and they never let up. 4 on the onside, 4 on the offside, Kenroy Williams came on looking for a breakthrough. It wasn't to be. Sukwa was finding gaps in the field and certainly did his part in this early partnership. And eventually a good catch taken there by Clark to get rid of Sukwa for 15 at 34 for 1. But Fornelia kept going. He was joined by Randu, and they really took the game away from Glenora. Ramdu again showing his capabilities with a 6 and a goal. That one went right between the uprights, and Fornelia just kept going until he played down the wrong line and was all LBW. The very next ball, skipper Kendall Guerra made a duck as well, but surprisingly Williams didn't keep himself on, and Ramdu and company took advantage. Govaya really served up a real doozy here, and a drop catch there off the free hit would not have counted anyway. This one would count, and that brought up his half century, and then he finished it off in style with a boundary at 124 for 3. They are the champions of the North Zone T20 Festival 2025. Don't forget the name, it's Northside Future Stars, winning by 7 wickets over Glenora Sports. So that is the Piers, Tent and Scaffolding Northside Future Stars, and have every reason to celebrate here because it could be like a double success for them, well, or triple success if you want to call it that. They won the title, they have the man with the most runs, with the most wickets, and then they also could win the Player of the Tournament award, so they could walk away with some serious hardware when it's all said and done. 264 runs in the end, nipping Ikwe Craig, who led for most of the tournament with 234. Julian didn't fire today, 226, and Dejon Charles 181. Fornelia also did very well in the end with getting to 179 runs, 5th on the run scoring chart. And Kyle Randu with 11 wickets, edging out Sylvan Cummings and Kendall Guerra for the top spot as well. So most wickets and most runs, just what the doctor ordered for the young man. So 264 runs, and you can hear champion ringing out in the stands here, and the fans loving it, no doubt. Leonardo Julian topped the 4-run chart with 23. Dejon Charles with 19 sixes to top that chart, but that is not going to affect this group out here as they celebrate another splendid victory. They played good cricket, and in fact, coming down to the end, they were easily the best team on display, and it showed in the final. They just continued what they were doing through the semi-finals and then in the latter stages of the group phase of the tournament. So congratulations to them. Northside Future Stars are the ones celebrating a big victory today. Are you going downstairs? Because who's handling that down there for them? Because now, but know what I'm saying? We go downstairs because we do an interview with the captain or somebody. So that is the hardware that they've been playing 23 games in 18 days. So they are the champions with some of their supporters. So Kyle Ramdo really stamped his authority on this tournament. The most runs, the most wickets. He could very well be the man of the match of the final, and by extension, the player of the tournament when it's all said and done. We will wait on the officials as we get ready for the presentation ceremony here. And I don't think they want to move. They can't stop smiling. And who is to blame them? This is a proud moment indeed for the Pairs Tent and Scaffolding Northside Future Stars outfit. And hugs all around for everyone. And any moment now we could get the start of the presentation function. And the scores here again, 121 for 9, and you get the impression it just really wasn't enough. They were about 40 runs short of where they would have liked to have been, closer to 170 possibly. But in the end, they had to work with 121, and they never really came out with the energy and the real gusto and determination to suggest that they wanted, that they could defend 121. And as a result of that, the Northside Future Stars, the openers, just kind of gradually went to work, took the game away from them, didn't give them any early success. And then even though they got an early wicket, they had to endure another 60-run partnership before they could get the second one. And then that was that. So let's take you downstairs now for the presentation.
Northside won the toss, elected to bowl first. Glenora Sports Club posted a total of 121 for 9 in their 20 overs, led by 51 from Kenroy Williams. In response, Northside Future Stars got there in 15 overs, 124 for just 3, led by 55 from Kyle Ramdu and 44 from Kwesi Fonilier. Firstly, we have tonight's fans of the match. We have two tonight. Give a warm welcome firstly to Salisha Sukwa and Claude Devine.
They're just waiting for the fan of the match, or fans of the match, I think there are two of them, to come forward to receive their prizes.
She receives a prize from Zone Secretary Vivica Guerra, courtesy Cans, Poultry and Meats. And a lovely hamper courtesy Bermuda Snacks. Our second fan of the match, Claude Devines.
You want speed, you want speed, you want speed, you want speed, you want speed.
Receives a prize from Zone Secretary Vivica Guerra, courtesy Cans, Poultry and Meats. And a hamper courtesy Bermuda Snacks. All right, we're going to do best celebration of the match. And this goes to, from Northside Future Stars, Kendall Guerra.
Lord!
Gives a replica jersey from Trinbago Knight Riders, courtesy from Vivica Guerra, Zone Secretary. on to tonight's Man of the Match award with an unbeaten 55 from 32 deliveries, hitting 5 fours and 2 sixes, and 2 wickets for 33 runs in 4 overs. From Northside Future Stars, Kyle Ramdu. He receives a prize from Chairman Winston Sobers, courtesy Hadco. And a voucher courtesy Cans Poultry and Meats. For the most valuable player of the tournament with 30.4 batting points, 24 bowling points, and 9 fielding points for a total of 63.4. From Northside Future Stars, the MVP of the North Zone T20, Kyle Ramnu.
I hear my name.
He receives a new cricket bag courtesy Print Ideas.
I hear my name call.
All right, and the moment we've all been waiting for, I now invite Avinash Lalu, Head of Commercial for Blue Waters Products, to deliver the Challenge Trophy to the 2025 winners of the North Zone T20 title. I ask Captain Kendall Guerra. Your 2025 champions, Northside Future Stars.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So there you have it, folks. And no big surprise there. Kyle Ramdu is the player of the tournament, the MVP of the tournament. He's the man of the match. And, of course, his team are the champions for 2025. The Piers Tent and Scaffolding Northside Future Stars as they celebrate here in impressive fashion, winning the tournament, winning the final in impressive fashion by 7 wickets over Glenora Sports. 121 for 9, Glenora, and in reply, 124 for 3 to win handsomely in the end. So a fine victory indeed for them. And they have every reason to celebrate at this time. And now you see the Captain Guerra with his special shirt. I don't know if it's going to fit him. He might have to use that as a decoration somewhere. It's very unlikely. So there's your champion team with their trophy. Congratulations to them all the same, as they have every reason to be proud. I think different players put up their hands at different times to ensure that they were successful in the tournament. And in the end, they finally got the victory that they so richly deserve. So there is the situation out there right now, because the North Stars, the Northside Future Stars are the ones celebrating as we leave you for this time. Once again, let me just thank our sponsors. As you heard from Winston Sobers, it has been a bit of a challenge to get sponsorship, but they're grateful to the ones who came on board, and I'm sure they're all happy that they did so now. KFC, JMMB, Cairns Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, Lion Brand from the National Flour Mills. To all the umpires and all the ground staff, everyone who made it possible, we thank you. And this is where we're going to leave you from the North Zone Cricket Council T20 Festival for 2025. Congratulations to the Pierre Stenton Scaffolding Northside Future Stars winning the final by 7 wickets over Glenora Sports. I'm Ruskin Mark. Thanks so much, and we hope to see you soon.